What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
There's some sins that you commit that you can't come back from, you know, no matter how hard you try. You just can't, you know, it's like the devil is waiting for your body to quit because he knows in that he already owns your soul. And then I think maybe you know there's no devil. You die, and God, he says, nah, you can't come in. You have to leave now. You have to leave and go away, and you have to be alone. If I ever no leave, right?
Check it, listen. You're a real step up, and I'm a landmine. Leave your legs dangling, call it hang time. Shout out to all the soldiers who bang signs. Back in the day, I used to sling dimes. This is for the streets, hustling, pushing grams, and flipping bundles. Fuck the government borders, I'm digging tunnels. Delivering the package, cause I'm the real muscle. Wear a ski mask, sports emblems above my brim. Nothing but camo, I'll stomp you out in my Timbs. Take it a step further and start chopping limbs. One day I make it out of hell, something's gotta give. People ask how come the chaos doesn't break me. Because I'm solid, deeply rooted like sequoia trees. The top G, Chuck the God with the iron rod, making devils flee. Staying righteous is something that I can't guarantee. I appear out of nowhere and disappear in the spliff smoke. No one is safe, not even the Catholic Pope. You would own nothing to be happy, that must be a joke. Cause no one is laughing, the war will be invoked. You will be gasping for air like an asthmatic choke. Begging for life, live slump, looking like an addict on dope. Fucking rappers, fucking bombs. Check it, yo. I always be analyzing to see who's fake. People acting Janice, running around two-faced, talking behind my back until they put in their place. You're a two-course meal without saying grace on the internet. Talking shit through your fingertips, talking high power till your shine is eclipsed. Trying to ride a wave until your mind is seasick. Cement shoes and your ankles tied with 3 bricks. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, this is real life. I will piss on your grave and throw dick to your wife. This is a warning mixed with some advice. You might be king, but I'm the ace of spades, and you just reneged. This is food for thought, bitch, eat a grenade. This is what people want, to be treated like dirt. I tried being humble, but that was absurd. All the brainless bitches flock together like birds, pecking for crumbs until they merge with the crossroads and chuck the demi-urge. I think they had enough, I took the trash to the curb. Let the torture begin and watch them burn. Here's the urn.
It's hard to keep it real with fake people. They can take love, mix it with hate, and make evil. I'm staring at 50 shades of gray people. It's a grand deception. Like K-Reno, they are who they say they isn't. On the internet, spreading everybody's business through a troll account. Talking foul, not knowing what goes around comes around. The flat out truth is the energy change when I come around. I guess London Bridge is falling down. Hey people, stall him out. We know all about the narrative painting to control the clout. They gatekeepers trying to stop the ones trying to awake people. HOTC.
What up, S? Mind's Eye. What's good? Shout out to London, man. I was just over there. Everything was good too, man. Until 2 people showed up, which whatever. I think my Chuck the God name triggers people. That's why I do it too. You know, I left before I would started to disrespect London's channel because I don't know who that lady was, but people just like, you know, I'm on to people who use, right? You know how you use certain words sometimes, like we, they. Sometimes I use stuff and I don't realize, you know, and they try to use that as an advantage over you. Like, you said we, right? When, or who is they, right? You know, like stuff like that. Like, these are schemes that people try to come up with, man, to like use against you and shit. That's how I see it, because they're always bringing it up like it's some huge fucking evidence or something. And people, it's funny to me how people try to tell me, like the woman was like, "You're mad at God," right? Like, oh my God. People, there's a lot of people, you know, when you start talking religion and stuff, they get mad because you don't see the same way they see things, you know. And I had brought up Jesus and stuff, and boy, he got real butthurt. He believed Jesus lived, or already lived, or already came, like whatever the case may be. And that's fine. I respect boy and the woman for how they see things. But I felt as though they weren't respecting me, man, on how I see things. And obviously, Voy don't like me as a person because he stopped coming here. So he was looking for any excuse to come at me. I was just waiting for it. But shout out to Voy, man. I don't hate none of these people. I'm just not going to sit there and argue with people, man. A lot of people just don't respect how I see things because I don't buy into religions and all that. And then they get mad when I say I'm God. And then they start trying to compare what this so-called God did in these books. And I was saying, the creators that created this place, I don't look at them like this jealous sky poppy, right? Sometimes it's hard for people to fathom that the creators of this realm might have been our ancestors. How hard is that to fathom? Everything's got to be a comic book superhero to people. This spiritual energy, or whatever people want to call it, that everyone has, that could be this God people want to call it, like label it, right? Whatever has life. Let me think about this carefully. There's definitely some sort of something, man. Whatever we want to call it, our higher self, or whatever people want to call it, man. This energy. But every time I use the name Chuck the God, it triggers people. I see it all the time, right? Because they can't fathom that they're God. They think you got to fly through the sky to be God, or snap people out of dirt into existence, right? Make a clay figure and snap your fingers and they're alive. That's God to people. And then Boy got mad because I said we let this happen, right? we were talking about the government and stuff, and you know, when you speak about topics, because I've spoken to so many different people, there's all sorts of people. There's people that'll see what you're saying and agree or disagree, or there's people that will take what you say and manipulate it, like because I said this is our fault. We're in this position because it's our fault, and he gets mad when I say that. Boy, does. Because he doesn't seem to think it's our fault, because we sat back and did nothing about it. You know, we continuously let them poison our food and the water and the air. We for the most part, really in the last 10 years has been the most I've seen people speak out against this stuff. So all these generations before is what allowed us to get to this point now. You know, if people want to use the Bible, we could use the Bible. People worship Jesus, but even in their own book, Jesus said, don't worship me. But yet people do it anyway. And then in the Bible, it tells you that you're God. I mean, it's very polarized. But anyway, I'm not going to sit there and go back and forth with people. What up, JG? The heebie-jeebies. Yeah, I know that, fools and tools. And even I was going to start to get to that too on the live stream, but I just, anything I was saying, people were, you know, I don't know who the woman is. Maybe she just don't like me, or because that's what it seemed like. She jumped up and just had this attitude towards me. She came out of nowhere. Everything was flowing smooth, man. It was a great build at London's, and I miss them days. And we would have these fire builds. And today was a fire build from the foundation up. And then them two people came on and just fucked it up. But I'm the jerk. I'll take it. I'll be the jerk. You know, someone's got to be the bad guy. You can't handle the truth. Huh. She said, she told me I'm mad at God. Never. Right? Let's say this God did exist, right? Like the Bible says. Why would I be mad at God? I always tell people, let's say God did create all this. What more do you want from this so-called God? We already got life. What more do you want? You got any opportunity for you to do what you want here until the oppressors come and try to put obstacles in your way. But other than that, you could even get around them. It's all on you, man. You are the one and only sole controller carving your path through this realm. It does suck, though, that some conversations you just can't have with people. I've noticed there's stuff you bring up and people say they're open-minded, but I don't believe it, man. Because whenever I try to explain myself, people get mad or hurt, and they try to like manipulate what I'm saying. Some people, and they just, I don't know. Especially if someone don't like you, man, they're gonna be on your ass. Yeah. And the story of Jesus, right? Let's say Jesus was a real person. Jesus went against the system and they crucified him. We get crucified all the time for speaking out. You know, they hit us with this fact check BS and a bunch of other stuff. I watched my grandfather sacrifice his life for his family. That's why I got a tattoo on my arm with my grandfather's name and a cross, because I was being allegorical that my grandfather sacrificed his life for his family. Like, people say, if you say you're God, that's what's up, Axis? What's that name? Damsel medic. Damsel medic. I think I said that right. Yeah, I seen that post you did, Mind's Eye, about that with the dog and God. That was dope. Kind of like when Sir Drop said what he used Mars and War. That was dope too. We comply to everything for convince. We comply to everything for convince and out of fear, as we have a slave mindset. So yes, we are all at fault, but can change and know who we are to stop the fear of responsibility to take action. Yeah. Yes. You know, like Voy, I've said this before, you know, and I'm not downing Voy or trying to. Voy's cool, man, but I've mentioned this before on my channel when he used to come around, and he got mad then too, because I said, you know, we let this happen. And then people talk about accountability. I'm just taking accountability. Being sitting back and observing this go down, knowing that if we only did something about it, nipped it in the bud, we wouldn't be in this position. Because even in the Bible or the Quran, it says that we were supposed to protect Mother Earth, and I think we've done far from that. We can't just blame everything on the government, even though they play a major part in a lot of this shit. You know, we have our faults too. There's nothing wrong with that. Like Damsel Medic said, man, we recognize it and we could fix it. There's nothing wrong with making mistakes. That's the whole point. You know, I used to hate making mistakes and being wrong, but then I learned to embrace it, and it made me stronger, smarter, more intelligent. I actually kind of like being wrong sometimes, and facing challenges and stuff. Yeah, I know, Axis. They are. People are acting strange and angry, man. You know. Hey, Three Fingers, that which is. What's up? Peace to everyone. Candy. Candy had a really good video. I posted it. I put it. Yet I watched the video, man, and it was excellent. I really liked that video, Candy, and what you said. Seriously, you put it together really good, and I think a lot of people, when they, I'm gonna play it in a minute. People will benefit off of it. I know a lot of people aren't gonna understand it or understand it, whatever stand they want to do. Just don't break your legs and not be able to stand on anything. Like, the lady was close. She said I was mad at God. Nah, not necessarily. I'm more mad at myself most of the time. But once I started letting a lot of shit go, like the past, just like this history, right? I think a lot of the history they teach is filled with violence and destruction. And that plays a major part into how we act today. I think a lot of people think, well, it's always been like this. we've been at war for this long, and this is just how we are. And I think that's part of the warfare in the mind. That's another program to upload to self-destruct, man. These fucking parasitic programs. I mean, like I've said a million times, I'm never attacking the individual on their spiritual journey. I'm attacking the religions and how they take this book. Because these books, you can get good information out of the Quran and the Bible. I'm not taking that away from the book. I'm just saying these books are used as like a weapon. They manipulate people with it. They use fear. Like imagine the church when people would go repent, right? Imagine these preachers when they would hear people's secrets and shit. You don't think they use that against the people and manipulated them? I do. They already did what they did to Chomo activities. Imagine what else they did. The church is far from innocent. Actually, I think the church is more satanic than the Satans. But yeah, there's good and bad in everything, man. I just want to live in peace and live in abundance and peace, man. Like, I just want to garden. I want to become one with Mother Earth and just live in peace. And I don't want Bill coming to my door every month no more. I'm tired of that guy, Bill. You know? Bill's always extorting me every month. Yeah, that guy, Bill, man, he always got his hand out. But I've been looking into this Archimedes, and I came across this picture, man, of solar death ray. Now, I know there's a guy, I think he's in Arizona, that used, remember I was gonna, oh my god, I forgot about that. All these months passed. Damn it, and now the sun's going south again. I forgot completely about it, everyone. You should have reminded me. Now the sun's going south. Shit. I could still probably, I wanted to catch it right when the sun was at the solstice. I was supposed to do it. Anyway, I have the same screen the guy has that he's melting rocks with. I don't know if this is that. I think this is more or less a giant mirror or something. But either way, I got this picture, and along with, you know, other pictures of Archimedes, these drawings and stuff. So this is the same concept as holding a magnifying glass. You know, they're saying, can you burn ships with a mirror? I think so. If you could do it with using a magnifying lens, I'm pretty sure you could do it with mirrors too. What does that say?
Hey, my name's Pat. I was here 6
You
months
got
ago.
me. I'm like, who the hell is this? You don't know shit. I figured it was you, JG. What were you saying?
I don't know who JG is. This is Pat. I was here 6 months ago.
Yeah. Pat Sajak?
Pat Pussy.
Oh. That's some Pat my pussy.
You have a pussy?
Nah.
The bit's over, Charles. The bit is over. Plowing ahead.
I want to know what this is, man. And what is this guy building here?
That guy is trying to blind the king of that castle behind him. That's his goal.
Probably.
Old school tactics. Blind the king.
I mean, look at this thing. I mean, fuck. Like me personally, I don't know if mirrors can do this, but there's always a but.
Oh, they could.
Yeah, because I know a lens
Yeah, I
could do
mean,
it.
yeah, microscope. With a big microscope, you can do shit like that. You can literally like go up to a fucking building with a big ass microscope, reflect the sun onto a police headquarters, and just catch it on fire. Like just by the sun, you could do shit like that. Walk by, throw a little gasoline on the police headquarters, and get that magnifying glass out, that huge one. You just bought off Amazon for $20, and there you go.
I forgot who put this post up. It was either what's his name, Mac. I forgot the name, Mac. Anyway, or I think this is JW Hurricane, or I forgot the guy's name. That's terrible. Hold on, I'll find it. I got to give him credit because I didn't find this. I found it on his channel. Great. Of course, it's not here either. Interesting. Anyway, it says Orwell called them thought police, and big tech calls them fact checkers. Yeah. That's when when they start fact checking stuff, you're on the right path, and you're pressing the right buttons, and you're going down the right path, because they're trying to deter you with that stupid fact checking, like, oh, because you fact checked, that means I'm wrong, right? Yeah, I'm really into this sun simulator. They allegedly London was showing the video that I had showed with the China launching the rocket, and no rocket I've seen in my life has ever turned into a round ball like the sun simulator. So, damn, what the fuck? I forgot what I was doing, man. Parabolic dishes, holograms, like, who knows what's really going on above our heads. And I think them spraying the skies had a lot to do with them hiding what they're doing up there. Yeah, it's poison and all that good stuff. When they do something, they benefit in many ways, and that was one of them. Poisoning this and that and blocking the sunlight out. But I think a lot of that was because people are in the airplane, man, and they're taking pictures. It looks like the airplane, it looks like the clouds, the way they just go for miles. You could see from horizon to horizon. It looks like the ground. So they're probably flying shit up there. Nobody knows what's going on. They're flying around up there like fucking a video game. But I've been looking into Archimedes a lot and these philosophers. Or
Greetings, Axis.
what's up, Axis?
How's it going, gentlemen?
It's going.
I'm sick.
So what's been the turbulence, Charles? You run into some agents of chaos yesterday, did you?
It seems I'm bumping into them. I'm just for some reason I bumping into chaos today. Like today, like I don't have to, but I still respect people at the end of the day. I try not to do what they do, what how I feel is being done to me, like how I see things. That's why I put Chuck to God, because it triggers people that get butthurt. And,
Well,
Right.
and I know I'm God.
who do you
People
have,
get mad.
who's talking shit?
They weren't really talking shit. They were just disagreeing with what I was saying, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. But they started to put words and telling me, "Oh, I'm mad at God," or I never said any of that stuff. And if they would have
Right,
asked me, "Are you mad at God?" I would have said, "Why would I be mad at God?"
Right, that's a gaslighting tactic. Anybody that says you're mad at God, you hate Jesus, you're mad at Jesus, that's just a gaslighting fucking tactic people do.
Yeah, I've been running into a lot of it here lately, too, Charles. One is the day that Dean blew a fuse. He stirred a lot of shit up, man. Caused me a lot of platform discord and a lot of personal character bashing, and you know, it's been carrying over. I've been watching the measure of people and the division that he caused with all that shit, man. It is what it is. I'm not gonna feed into it. But
Yeah, next time somebody tries to say you hate God, just tell them you don't know shit about the origin of life, and move on. That's the best answer.
And then Boyd was mad
Boy's a
because of
drunk.
my choice of words. You know, he was right. Don't get me wrong. When I said "we," I should have used another word. Like I'm still trying to, you know, be careful of how I say things, because I forget sometimes that, you know, I just use words the way I want to, and you know, sometimes I forget when you say "we." I should have said "I," but I said "we." We were talking about, you know, how the government and the oppression and these laws, and I said it's our fault because we let it get to this point, and he got bent out of shape. Oh, this ain't our fault, and I'm
we were
hey,
compliant to it.
right. We just sit back and let it happen. I mean, who else
You know, you
fault is
can
it?
either take responsibility for your part in using technology and applying what energy you do to the system, and you know, everybody does in some shape, manner, or form, or otherwise you'd be living out in the woods somewhere without electricity.
Yeah,
Which ain't wrong. That's what I'm
you
doing.
know,
Right.
No, that's a good thing if you can do it. But I've noticed people have been divided, and man, they get ass hurt real quick and easy anymore, especially in the panel verse here. Now, my core group, you know, and my the Cult of Axis and my core group on my channel and my TikTok are fine, but dealing with the locals that are commonplace on the panels and the chats, yeah, I've watched them get ass hurt real easy here lately. I'm thinking maybe it's the energy in the air. We've been getting bombarded by a lot of CMEs and plasma energy.
that's a good point.
The luminaries have been lining up kind of strange, and the moon has had one hell of a pull cycle on the Earth with the CMEs. So I think these people are being affected by, you know, illuminary energies, and they just don't know it, and they're reacting.
You also got to remember, some of these people drink alcohol. Some of them fucking stay up till 5 a.m. Their sleep patterns all fucked up.
Yeah, I
And I'm
ran
not
into
downing.
that situation.
I'm not downing the woman. I forgot her name, but or Voy. You know, Voy's a good person. You know, I just want people to respect how I see things, and it seems, and they don't have to, but it would be nice if they would. And I remember I went to your channel, and she came to this channel one time. I forgot her name. She comes to your channel a lot.
It ain't Dawn, is it?
Yeah, Dawn. I didn't want to say the black and
Okay.
white because I'm trying not to use the black and white anymore. It's very
Dawn's
hard. Dawn,
white.
yes, that's her name.
Yeah.
Huh?
Dawn's white.
Yeah? Am I
Yeah.
mistaken? I might be mistaken two people then. But yeah, it is Dawn, you're right. I might be
Yeah.
mistaken someone else then, but she's a
Yeah.
beautiful soul, man.
She holds her ground very, very sternly. But even me and Dawn, you know, we have differences. We just agree to disagree on them, and I give her her space, and she gives me, you know, my space. But it took a little bit for us to get there. We butted heads a time or two, but yeah, by nature she's a beautiful person.
It's like, how can people be open minded, and then if I say I'm God, they get very angry. Um, they're not open minded. They're open minded maybe to hear what people got to say, but they don't respect. To me, you can't be open minded if you can't respect how people see things. Like, if someone don't agree with me, that's fine. That's life. To me, not agreeing with everything makes life more of a challenge and more beautiful at the same time. If everything was the same to me, it'd be kind of lame. But
Yeah,
you know, if
I
everyone,
stay more critically minded. I mean, I'm open and I do broaden my horizons, but those are my personal endeavors, and sharing them with other people, I've found is not been very fruitful because they haven't taken the journey and they haven't removed those safety protocols. So I have to stay critically minded because there's so much opposition and people are so easily ass hurt over what they convict themselves to or their indoctrination. And then some people just believe that they know they got it all figured out, and whatever you say don't matter. And that's another type of opposition that you run into, the immovable person. But that's a part of the panel person. That's a part of the truther community. Is you're going to run into those type of people. Um, you know, lots of ego, narcissism, cult of personality. But those that are truly here to learn a life skill to help get through this state of existence with least resistance, you know, that's a few, man. That's not the many. That's the few.
it's hard sometimes access to the biggest
What?
challenge I've had in life was
A job.
becoming balanced, man. That to me, taming that inner beast was a motherfucking hard work.
That is, and it takes discipline and continual discipline. You know, I've I've gotten a lot calmer and a lot more rational, but that's only because I don't expect anybody to be convicted by what I'm convicted by. You know, that's a personal thing, and I hold true to me. I don't have to prove anything to anybody
Mm.
because what I've discovered, what I've been through, and my experiences, no one else will know them because they're not inside my body and my mind to be able to experience them with me. And I learned that. So, you know, either I can believe in myself and, you know, hold fast to that and growth and use what works and do the least amount of harm, or I can try and convince everybody that, you know, to experience something that they're not going to. They're not going to be able to unless they do the work or they take the journey.
Yeah, you're right too, JG. A job, since you know JG likes trolling me. But no, seriously. Nowadays, it is harder to find a job, at least for me here in Connecticut. Connecticut.
I'm projecting. I'm projecting there.
I don't
It's
think
crazy.
have we been on panels together before?
Oh, you and JG?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to remember. I'm sorry. I I got away from the internet for quite a while, and I removed myself from social media for it's almost a month or so, and just recently in the last couple of weeks I come back. So you got to forgive me if I don't remember. And I'm an old shit, so things slip my mind.
I say what I want, don't give a damn what they think. Well, that might be your problem then, FE Nation. You just say what you want.
There's
Well, as
nothing
long as
wrong
you're
with that.
convicted and
I agree with that.
steadfast to yourself, yeah, be true to you.
Right. I really, like you said, Axis, that was wise words. In life, when I was younger, I always thought, I had something to prove, and I always thought there was something wrong with me. And I've
No,
learned two things. I don't got shit to prove to nobody but me. And the second thing is, people, try to make it like there's something wrong with me. And I only thought, they're trying to make me something I'm not. They don't agree with this or that. They want to change me, but I'm always going to be me. I've come to figure out most of the time there's nothing wrong with me. It's them. And, but yeah, being true to yourself, like you said, Axis, that is wise words the youth needs to hear.
yeah, yeah. And once you discover that and you become convicted by that, you understand, man. Ain't nobody sharing this journey inside your head with you. You may find people that kind of correlate or agree, but to find, like, I found a spiritual, um, my spiritual soulmate in a spiritual manner, and I was lucky to find that. But that's not sexual, or it goes beyond friendship, goes beyond uh, relationship. It is an unconditional love, and I actually got to find that in a person. Matter of fact, she's sitting across from me, and we share spiritual journeys every day together, and that's that.
Is that person a woman?
Yeah, she's female. Yeah,
Where'd you meet her?
she's my nurse, my in-home nurse,
Okay.
and we wound up becoming really good friends, and then we met spiritually and started talking and growing together, and then it went beyond spirituality to an unmeasurable type of love that's unconditional.
And you do have sex?
No, we don't have no sex. No,
That's
no, it's not.
personal.
Okay.
No, no.
Hey, I'm
All
trying to learn,
platonic.
man.
Straight up,
Yeah,
man. No holds barred.
I'm trying to learn
no,
from Axis.
no, it's all platonic, man. But I'll lay my head in her lap and find comfort because there's no comfort anywhere else, or we hug, but no sex. It's not about that. It's about comforting the soul, the body, and the spirit. And, it's
Sex
all
isn't
platonic.
everything in a relationship,
What would run it? If you was to apply sex to it, then it has a measure, and I don't think you're going to grow after that. I think that it will hesitate and stop everything from continuing to blossom.
I got you. I'm just trying to peep game.
Yeah, but I'm fortunate. I consider myself extremely fortunate and blessed to know this person and have this person in my life because I don't know how I got along without her. You know. she's been such a blessing. But I had to get over me, that isolated hermit individual I was, and actually allow myself to reach out to another person. And, somehow synchronicity brought just the right person into my world that, I don't think could ever be replaced. That gives you a lot of confidence in life, a lot of reassurance and a good foundation. Pretty amazing. But it's all spiritual, all platonic, all love and beyond. That's why when people throw their little shit fits on their chat rooms or panels, I know where my foundation is, and it's reconfirmed, and especially by the people that I mirror off of in real life. It's a very healthy relationship, and I remove the unhealthy ones just as quick as they come.
I'm 33 years old, and it's very people my age and younger than me. People are pretty fucked, man.
Well, the last two generations I have noticed, man, the engineering that they're going through. Wow.
Here come the helicopters. It's my spiritual.
You ever heard of Archimedes axis?
Yes. The father's invention.
I'm looking through some of his stuff here and trying to understand, trying to actually find, not understand, well, understand too, but I'm trying to find. Could have sworn he had something with the sight, the eye and stuff. Archimedes crown. I don't know what that's all about, but
What Archimedes done was he took equation and turned it into physical apparatus.
okay.
He showed people how to become innovative in mathematics to actual mechanics in the physical world and the application of it.
Yeah, Archimedes. If he was a real philosopher and mathematician and all that good stuff,
Yes.
more power to him.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible.
I wonder
man.
sometimes if some of these characters in these books were made up. I'm not saying Archimedes is fake, but I found this right here.
I hear you. Like Plato, Socrates. Well, Socrates, but
yeah, they were more philosophers, but yeah, they still applied. I mean, incredible minds. Yeah, he's got the golden section into that, and you see the circle, the prime circle.
Yeah.
On the platonic solid there, that's hyperdimensional.
It's like the classical Pisces, right?
Yeah,
almost.
It's hyperdimensional. It's written into damn near everything.
Because it said Archimedes and pi.
Yep. The
Here
infinite.
we go. I got this picture too.
The infinite of that is hyperdimensional or unseen math. Though you got the platonic solid, off that platonic solid comes all the unseen equations that operate within the bounds of this reality. Helps keep it functioning.
Squaring the circle. Interesting.
Yep. And that's got to do with circumference. If you square the circle, you get the same circumference. And then you get proportion. And from proportion, you can derive fraction. From fraction, you can derive the fractal nature of a repetitive set.
Divine proportion.
Yep, golden mathematics.
Interesting. I you know,
Divine proportion,
I
Charles, is the autograph of the Creator. It's in everything that is created, not by the hand of man. Uh-oh. I gotta go. I got a phone call.
all right. Let's see if I could add these. This Archimedes guy.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I started looking into squaring the circle here, which is pretty interesting.
You should, Charles, if you get a chance, study your Platonic solids. Um, and from the Platonic solids, you can derive any equation within the realm of, the quantum to the theorem to the applied. Um, there isn't any level of the creator's signature that you can't find within the realms of the Platonic solids and divine proportion of golden mathematics.
Yeah, I had downloaded this PDF on when you told me this. I think it was a month or two ago. You told me to look into Platonic solids, and when I seen the
Yep.
cover of the book, it reminds me because it is sacred geometry, but um, the Platonic solids are like the five major shapes, right?
Yeah, and there's actually a sixth one if you look into it that they just derived in the last few hundred years. It's an awkward shape, but it still holds a solid to it. It can't be broke down any more than it is. It can only be expanded. It's another one of your creative constant shape. But anyhow, Charles, you're on your right direction, man. As long as you stay open to possibility and you continue learning and feeding the mind and growing, and it's benefiting you and it works for you and it's helping you get through, this particular experience with least resistance. Don't worry about what other people say, man. Let them judge, let them point fingers, because that just shows the measure of them. And that's as far as they'll ever go, and they won't go any further. The truth has no argument.
Right. I've always said that. If something is true, it'll resonate with you right away. You don't got to convince somebody it's true.
Exactly. But anyhow, I wanted to make sure that you weren't, under troll attack, or you weren't being spoofed or fucked with. And I appreciate you letting me up here, Charles, as usual. And, thanks for sharing the panel with me. You guys have a great day. And I'm going to just jump off here and eat my medicine and pay attention to the chat. So you guys have a great, great day, okay?
All right, Axis. Thank you. You too.
Not a problem. You guys have a wonderful time.
Peace. What time is it? Oh, it's only 11. Can't find this fucking these pictures,
EST,
man.
East Coast. East Coast Standard Time.
Did you ever go back west?
No, I'm in the East Coast right now. I'm in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Because yesterday I was thinking, or I forgot to say it on the live. I remembered this morning. I said, man, I should have told JG to get pictures when you were on the plane, man. You know, like when you're above the clouds. That would have been dope to show the horizon.
Yeah, I got a couple photos, a couple time lapse videos. I got a really sick time lapse going into the clouds.
Yeah, I always wanted to go on the airplane. I think that might happen very soon. I was looking at bus tickets, but I gotta. I know I'm slacking, but I gotta get the. I think a plane trip would be cheaper than a 3-day or 2-day bus trip.
Yeah, let me give you some game on that. What you want to do is plan something like 2 or 3 weeks in advance, right? Say like you're gonna go to Denver, buy a
It's
ticket
cheaper,
3
right?
weeks in advance, like a plane ticket. It'll be dirt cheap, and you'll get there quick as fuck. Yeah, buses are that ain't the move, man.
Yeah, I figured that out because I've never taken a plane, and I was gonna go to Colorado when Lucid had that incident, but I didn't have enough money because I had to go right away, and it was expensive. But then I figured out if I planned it, a month ahead, it was mad cheap. But now I know, so that's what I'm gonna do. I think.
Yeah, I mean you can get tickets to places for like literally $40, $50, $60. I mean that's just
Yeah,
like
I'm not going with that.
$240 plane tickets way different than a $60 ticket. Like I was thinking about buying a ticket recently. Just no. Just like, oh, I could come back to Philly and just get out of here, or oh, I could, you know, plan a trip going here and then fly from here. I've done it before, but I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to go this winter. East Coast sucks, man. East Coast is fucking. It's cool to be back for a week, but
It's communist everywhere, man. To me, it's more. It's probably more free out west. There's less cities and just
well,
more room to roam.
yeah, I mean, you go out west, right, and it's a way different geography, way different energy. You go back east there, it's just the system, people, everybody's, it's just that blue collar, it's that white collar, blue collar, like slave away, oh. Then you got all the junkies, and everybody's working for the city or some corporation, and nobody's doing shit. Nobody skates anymore. Nobody fucking. The whole vibe and energy is like pretty dead on the East Coast. When I say dead, I mean it's just like people have been they've been caught,
Zombified.
They got caught up in the nonsense. Even I saw with my family members, I'm just like, yeah, the whole energy is not. With my mom, she's still the same. Which is dope. My mom's like, oh, I didn't take the jab. Oh, I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I don't trust them. I'm like, there you go. Like my mom still got it, But other family members are just they hook, line, and sinker just bought into this nonsense, and they're kind of in that like illusionary world. But it was cool to see my mom and see like where her head's at. Like she's still solid as fuck. But fuck all that, man. I grew up around people like that. They're becoming what they, a lot of people just they become what you don't want them to become, and my one has nothing to do over them, but it's like you don't want to see people like so like at a from a soul from a like from just being down to earth and just soul to soul. You don't want to see people sell out and lose their true selves, And people want to say you're a lost soul. I see nothing but lost souls in Philly that have just been, they've just been talking
Man,
fast here.
it's about.
They've been hoodwinked. They've been, trapped, tricked, pimped.
Just setting. That should work. There we go. Yeah, they've been hoodwinked, manipulated, played, bamboozled. And
Yeah, but now they're in deep, they're in the deep end, the thick of the things. And what's cool about going west is you do see a lot of people that are living differently.
people have lost a lot of respect nowadays. Like the woman over there, when I was speaking, I told her, you didn't even let me finish what I was saying. And she goes, who cares? And I was like, yeah, I know. People don't have respect or nothing. That's why I try not, I see people getting butt hurt, man. I just back off because it's just, I know what I'm capable of flipping out. And I just don't want to go there.
Well, I mean,
There's
the
no
thing with
point
human
yelling.
beings is control. A lot of people just want to control you. They don't give a shit about you. They just want, they want power over you in conversations, in relationships, physically, emotionally, mentally, That's just where it's at. People want more control over other people than they do of their own selves,
I don't know. To me, I sound like my grandfather. Like I say things, and this morning I'm like, man, I sound like my grandfather did, complaining about prices. And my grandpa's big on saving money. Like he would buy stuff with coupons. He would use like 2 coupons. Like back in the days, it was different. Like he would catch something on sale, use a coupon and a discount. Like all this crazy loopholes. My grandpa's insane with it.
Yeah. I mean, my mom was the same way. People would just, which is a smart thing to do. Like say I make $1,000. I work 5-6 days, right, doing construction, and then I just blow $800. I'm gonna feel like a piece of shit, right? If I just blow $100 or $800, I'm gonna feel like shit. Like I'm gonna be like, what the fuck am I doing? But that's what people do. And then if you live below your means and you got $800 at all times, or you get what I'm saying, like you got control and discipline, you're not going to be flashy, or you're going to be wearing gilded gray t-shirts and fucking the same pants and the same shoes. But it's like, yeah, but I'm good, like
I
chasing that
used
material,
to
constantly blowing your money, constantly like living on the edge, like fucking
hold on. Let me see something.
throwing caution to the wind with all your money. It's just it's foolish, But but people clown on the guy that's frugal or the guy that's disciplined. There's nothing corny about discipline, man. There's nothing corny about wisdom and intelligence. It's literally like there's like a war out there on like the two types. Like there's a war on materialistic, non-disciplined people versus like the disciplined, sound people.
All right,
Everybody,
I'm gonna show you these shoes. They're all dusty and dirty. These Scottie Pippins, right?
oh man,
I always
fucking
wanted a pair. So I had extra money one time. I said, you know what, man? I seen them on sale. They're my favorite colors: black, satanic colors. Oh my God! No, they're black, red, and white. So I bought them. Shipping and everything, it was like $250
fuck
or
that.
something. They didn't even last 6 months. They started falling apart. I ordered them from Foot Locker online or somewhere, some store, major shoe place. And I said, man, when I used to buy Nikes growing up, I used to go, when I would like use them up and buy new ones, they were still in pretty good condition, but I would go in streams with them on, jump off of cliffs, go hiking, put them in rain, and they would still, the soles wouldn't fall apart. They would last so much more longer. You could put them through hell and they'd still be together. These new shoes, these new Nikes are made so cheap. They fall apart. They scuff easy. The soles wear out quick. It's like,
Right, but shoes are all profit. Like when you think about it, like shoes are cheaper now because the material is different. Unless you go to like Fila, because Fila still makes quality tennis shoes and then sportswear and shit like that. But and they're pretty fucking cheap. But when you go to like Jordan and Nike, like it's all cheap. It's all Nike and Jordan profiting. That's all it is. You're just getting sucked in. You're $250 for a pair of shoes. They're getting all the profit. Foot Locker's getting profit. You're just a sucker for material there. Now, if you pay $30 or $40 for a pair of Fila Original Fitness shoes, that pair of shoes is going to last you for fucking so long. Soles aren't going to fucking fall apart. They're not going to rip. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like you want the flashy shit that ain't going to last. You want the the bullshit that's popular and trending, or you want like the stuff that's not as cool to all the lames, right? That's gonna last. It's not as dope and trendy, and its status is different, right? Everybody's chasing like fucking goofy shit, man.
Yeah, I seen a video where a guy was like, man, he's talking about people wear their brims of their hat. And he's like, that's old school, man, or the old style. You bend your brim today, nowadays. And I'm thinking, when you buy a hat, when does it come with a fucking dictatorship on it, like, or an instruction? One guy had told me, he's like, man, this guy I was working with a few years ago, he told me I was too old to wear team hats anymore. And I told him, I said, "But do they come with a?" Forgot how I told him. I think it was somewhere along the line. I told him, "Do they come with an age restriction or some shit?" People are wild. Like I don't care about styles no more. I was in high school. I would get $80 pair of jeans. Just go all out and have the best, most expensive gear. Then I realized there's gear that I would buy stuff from Walmart and it would last longer than some of these name brands, which was odd.
Yeah, well, I've seen that too. I mean, there's guys that grow out of things, move on, and they think they're better than you, and they want to say, "Oh, dude, you're still wearing fucking, New Era fitted hats. Like that's kid shit." And you're just looking at them like, dude, you pay $100 to get fucking your eyebrows done. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some real goofy shit out here, and then they think they're better than everybody else. And, like, stay true to yourself. Like, fuck the white collar. Like, oh, I gotta be dressed good at all times. Shit, That's just part of like that indoctrination. Like you just
it's the
just be your fucking self.
consume
Fuck with
the
what you fuck with.
consume parasite, right? The consume parasite, the consumer parasite.
Yeah.
Buy, and I don't even like spending money. I don't like paying bills. I don't like doing none of that. I want to be able to save my IOUs up and invest it into, like, if I could get 10 grand, probably cheaper than that, I would get me a pickup, a lawnmower, a weed whacker, a blower, and a gas can. You could do a lot with a pickup. You can go scrapping when you don't have lawns to do, or I would invest my money into something that will allow me to continue to get IOUs, because unfortunately, whether I like the system or not, I still have to pay. Bill is at my door every month, and I still have a stomach to feed. I still have bills to pay. I already said that. But yeah, as much as I dislike things, unfortunately, I still got to maneuver through life. The system don't give a fuck what I like or I don't like, or what I'm against or for. The system don't give a shit. The system is not biased or racist. The system will consume you without saying grace. To eat you up and spit you right out. It doesn't care if you're white, black, brown, green. It don't care if you're Christian, Muslim, atheist, fucking none of that matters.
Right, it all comes down to you. You just gotta find how you really want to live, like your true lifestyle, your true lane.
Just being free, sort of like what you do, man. You just
No, I mean, like
do
you
you,
just
man. You just do you.
from
You're
trial
out
and
there.
error. From trial and error, I mean, you got to just figure out like how you really want to live. I mean, I'm not saying you haven't found it. It's just a reminder.
Yeah, like you say, man, it's being true to yourself. As long as you're happy, fuck what anyone else says.
Now, if I'm
People,
gonna hang it up, right? Say I hang it up and stop living like this, I know shit's gonna suck, right? I know, like, say I'm in a room, say I'm renting a room, or I have a property. I know I'm gonna be like, fucking, I wanna move, I wanna travel, I wanna do this, I wanna do that, I wanna go surf in Hawaii, you know. But say I just give up on everything, man, like, and I just stay stuck in that for years and years, like, I can't see that happening, man.
look at this picture real quick, JG. All right, he's using a mirror for the ship, and then a magnifying lens for that fire. But then the lady in the background, it looks like she's using her eyeball. Some of these pictures, lights coming out of eyeballs and shit here. What the fuck is going on? And then on the right, you got a 1904 in the World's Fair. They built the biggest death ray. Interesting. And then I showed these pictures I found of this thing. And then this thing right here. So, I don't know. I'm stuck on these. Because I think they already have weapons. Oh, that's what that was. It was this thing. See how that looks the same? The drawing? It looks the same. That looks the same as that. A parabolic mirror. Okay, so that's what this is.
So yeah, the sun is powerful, man.
there has to be more than just Archimedes that was dabbling in this alchemy. The system just poisoned all the NPCs. Yeah, oops. Like even, like the people who created this, I don't even know what to call it, right? I don't know if I want to say an ideology, but how people take the Bible, right? And they create, see, I think it's an ongoing not a task, an ongoing I don't want to call it a program. Yeah, it is a program, but it's an ongoing. Yeah, it's an ongoing program. They're constantly adding into. They study the people, and they see how people react to a lot of the things in the Bible. So they constantly have answers for everything. I forgot where I was going with this. The manipulation, man, is they had to have studied the psyche, man, for sure. A lot of these, like, maybe that's what they're studying in these Catholic, besides them and their activities they do, right? And these cardinals and stuff, they must study the mind, and as well as studying people to master their magic and using it against people, the religious magic, the political magic, it's just manipulation, period. The magic of manipulation.
Mind control.
Yeah, I was brought this up today, Candy, how you were speaking on the mirrors in the eyes, and the brain is the computer. It's even wild that people think computers are smarter than humans. They just can register faster. That's it. And probably if we were in a certain environment where we weren't constantly poisoning the body, it's a strong possibility that people can compute faster too. That's all the fucking calculator. A computer, to me, they're pretty dumb. Because when I speak to them to type for me, it can't even get what I say right. I'm like, what am I speaking? French? Like, you gotta be like, I went, just to speak to the phone for it to type it out right.
Yeah, you can't. I know what you're saying.
But that's amazing.
I've tried to do that. I've tried to do that myself, and it fucks it all up. Like, I went down to Manioc and skated for a couple days. It just ruins the whole fucking thing I just said. And then I got to talk. I just went to Manioc and got myself an ice cream pop. You got to talk all contrived like a robot just to help the robot.
Fucking, and then it makes me think, Candy, like, how did they figure this stuff out? That the eyeballs and there's mirrors and all. Like, they had to like take apart an eyeball and slice it very thin. Even the cat. How do they know dogs see black and white? What do they slice an eyeball and look through it? I mean, other than that, how would you know?
They do studies. All that MK Ultra stuff, they would do studies on the brain, right, or studies on your mind to see how you would react to things. They would study the mind. They would study the eyeballs. They would study the eyeballs and see like how you reacted to things and what causes your anxiety, and they can figure out like how your brain processes things. Like say you can see your brain through your eyes, and it's all just people are they become curious, they do these studies and they learn and they use what they've learned against us, and that takes us more into mind control. Knowledge has really fucked us. People's research and knowledge of the mind and everything is really fucked us. Used against us. But we already know this. Like what I'm saying is like it's like no shit, JG. No shit, we all know this. That's why human beings, we gotta look at like the elites, right? These hospitals, these scientists, we gotta look at them as they're the opposition, because they use all this shit. Look at the history. They use all these findings and all the research. They use it against us. It's always against us. Yeah, it'll help us, but they really use it against us. But we figured out what all this sugar in this drink's going to do to this person. We figured out that all this, all these GMOs, all this is just going to really fuck people up, and then they're going to rely on the fucking health system, and they're going to constantly be in debt.
Yeah, that's wild, Candy. Now, there was a dog video I seen. I gotta show you the skateboard video too, JG. And the dog, some of these animals lately just seem more human-like. They seem more aware, and they're talking English. Cats and dogs are like sounding out words. It's bugging me out. Birds this guy got a bird that he sends out, and when it comes back, it's got hundreds and 50s in its mouth. I was like, damn, man, I gotta train a bird to get money. This guy had a drawer full of money. Allegedly, he said his bird brings home money every time he lets it out.
Yo, fuck. Genius. Yeah. Genius.
I need one.
Is there a video of it?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, pull that up. I mean, that's fucking genius. Like, that's some shit I should be doing.
Yeah, tell me about it. Fucking, I was like, wow, I need one of them birds.
Yeah.
Alright, let me see. Oh, this is it. I got it. Cool. Now, is this the same guy, or he said how he's training crows? Now, I know this. Alright, this has to be the original then.
Hopefully it's real. Like, hopefully he's not putting $100 bills like in a safe area and the bird just going and picking that up. Hopefully the fucking Ravens actually going to ATMs and just snatching $100 bills off Jews. That'd be awesome. Whoops, I didn't mean to say that.
That would be awesome.
We love the Jews. Jews are great. Why did I just say that?
No, there is good Jews, but there's piece of shit Jews too.
Yeah, but they're all still divided.
A Jew here, a Jew over there. Sometimes I wonder how Jews got all the chairs.
As much as I want to be cool with, like, human beings and fucking, oh yeah, this guy's Muslim, but he's cool. And Every time you're around like religious people, you hit a point where it's like I can't deal with this person anymore because of their beliefs, because of their divide. I've seen it in skating. I've seen it with women. I've seen it. You see it all over, man. People's fucking. It's just a turn off. You gotta get. I have to get away from it. You work with somebody that's a Jesus freak, and they're constantly pushing Jesus on you, and you're just like, dude, I gotta get away from this motherfucker. That divide is just fucking.
They're
It's too
using
much.
their magic, the power of the word, man. It's no different when they said speak something into existence. The power of the word, man. They're trying to lean that magic on you, but it don't work because you've built up the resistance. You see through their magic. It's weak.
I'm working with this family, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we're going to church on Sunday. If you want to go to church, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I already told you I don't go to church. I doubt Jesus. I look at Jesus as just like a jump to conclusion, like a fairy tale.
My
But
friend
they're
called
still
Jesus.
pushing shit on me, and I'm just like, fuck, man.
My friend,
Why do people
he had
gotta
a
be that?
friend that was Catholic, and he loved Jesus, and my friend was drinking, and he goes, "Man, Jesus was a fucking alcoholic drunk." It was hilarious. They people will defend a character in a book, right? And more than their own two parents who gave them life. And I've always had a problem with that.
That's the
But
mind control.
that's their journey, man. That's their spiritual journey. It's up to them to figure it out, or they might just be fine where they're at, and that's fine with me. But I don't see it like that.
Yeah, I mean
What
that's
do I know?
mind control. And what I look at it is I have to act, right? I become an actor around these people because I gotta act like I'm cool with them, or
I look at it like this.
I have to
I'm just
behave
a
myself.
I'm just a Caucasus Mountain recipient.
Yeah, I'm just part of life. I don't know shit about the origin of life, but I'm a part of it. Everybody else has got their conclusions and they've been duped and mind controlled, and they'll use that mind control right back on you. I'm not even trying to control minds here. I'm not even trying to mind control other people. I'm just literally like, hey man, like this whole thing's a mystery. Like a lot of shit's unknowable. I'm not falling for the, you know, I'm not falling for the bullshit. I'm not taking that route. I'm just gonna stand where I stand.
What the fuck? Invalid my Aish. Oh, I knew I wasn't bugging. Alright, damn, it took forever for me to download this freaking. First, let me upload this video here. This dude does a dope trick, man. It's not like, to me, it's a good trick. I know it ain't. I know someone can't just pick up a skateboard and do this right off the rip. I know that for a fact, but it's a good trick.
Yeah, well, when you watch skateboarding and you're not a skateboarder, it's way different. So I mean, I could show you a video of something and it won't impress you, but you'll see something else like a tray flip fucking Benny
All right,
Hill, and you're
you
like,
ready?
oh, that was sick, but it's like, yeah, but
Here's the trick, man. I like this trick. To some people, they'll be like, ah, that's easy. I don't see it, but check it out.
Okay, let's keep going.
That was insane.
Forgot his name. It was on the video. His name.
you gotta play that again. I call like half of that.
All right. I got him on loop. And it'll loop it back again.
That was insane.
Right here. That's fucking dope. Yeah, dude, that head is a fucking board. And balance it.
Okay, let's keep going.
That was insane.
Alright, you can stop playing.
And this is the bird.
Crow brings money to its owner. Nobody knows where it's getting them from, whether it's simply finding them on the streets, perhaps collecting tips at establishments. Damn, he literally has his own money draw. I gotta get me a flock of these birds. Crow brings money to its owner. Nobody knows where it's getting them from.
That's pretty cool.
I forgot the name of that skateboarder. Should have wrote the name.
His name's Andy Anderson. He
I think that is his name.
I'm telling you, that's his name, Andy Anderson.
That was a dope trick. I mean,
Yeah, he does a lot of technical stuff. Like he does freestyle stuff into street stuff, and I don't like what he's doing. Some of the stuff he's doing, just because it's like it's slow and it's too meticulous.
Yeah, to you it might be easy to do that, but to an, like you said, to an average person that just picks a board up, to be able to balance and skid on that.
He does stuff, right? Like freestyle in the skate world. Freestyle is kind of corny, right? Like as a street skater, I look at like doing primo slides. I'm like, yeah, I'm not interested in doing that. I'd rather do a nollie tray flip, or I'd rather fucking backside flip a gap or something. Like I'd rather skate for a thrill or for like doing something a certain way than doing freestyle tricks. So he does like that primo slide into a board slide and then loses all of his speed, gets into a manual. It's just to each his own, But to me, that's like just goofing around. Like I don't really like watching that shit because it's just like, all right,
Yeah, black magic. Well, once you figure out, this is my opinion. Once you figure out that you are a warlock or a witch, and we all use magic, alchemy, then you could begin to master your craft from within out. But me, in my opinion, religion does a good job of blocking that, so people don't even know, that they use magic all day long, every day.
Right.
They use alchemy all day long, and that's Satanists. Well, last time I checked, God in the Bible used alchemy to create stuff, and so I get a lot of shit if I say the God in the Bible.
Right. I mean, like we were saying earlier, when Axis was saying, like someone was saying he hates God. It's when you see these like Christian people say, "Oh, you hate Jesus," that's when I'm looking at them like, all right, they either know what they're doing, right? They either know they're trying to manipulate you, or they have no idea, and they're that fucking dense that they're just resorting to manipulation tactics, right? So they either know what they're doing or they don't. And a lot of times these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just going off their own feelings and emotions and constantly resort to, some gaslighting tactic. You hate Jesus, and you're just looking at them like, damn, you just lost right here. That just shows how lost you are, is that you resort to this. It's like saying you hate Santa Claus. It's like, damn, you're that retarded, Like, say you're having a conversation with somebody and you're literally talking about Paul Bunyan, and you're like, yeah, I doubt Paul Bunyan existed. And somebody's like, you hate Paul Bunyan. You're just going to look at them like, all right, this guy's fucking goofy as fuck. Like, this guy's like he's a weirdo. That's how I look at these Christians. They're just fucking weirdos. Like, all these religious
I
people.
don't know what she was. I think her name was Mary. She seemed like she could be cool, but from what I read, she had a problem with me from the jump, and that's how I felt in the energy. I kept getting cut off, and then when I'm about accountability, and another thing, Boy isn't the first person either. When I said, we let it get to this point, because we could have nipped it in the bud. We could still nip it in the bud, and we are. Speaking is more than just shutting up and not saying anything. It does more to, open the eyes a little bit to people, and then they could do their own research. I tell people don't have to believe anything. They don't have to agree with me, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. But at least fucking respect me, man. If you don't like what I gotta say or anything, that's fine. But don't disrespect me, cut me off when I'm speaking, and try to tell me who I'm mad at, and I don't sit there and like people will question religion, but my problem with the Jesus is I like the allegory and the crystals oil in the spine and the 33 vertebrae, and them stories to me make more sense. And Jesus traveling, and when they use Jesus in the spirit form and Satan as the king of the material, and when if you look at that in the story of light, it makes sense. I mean, it's a book that you can use to elevate yourself, but it's not used for that, man. It's used mostly to manipulate. When you get away from churches and these fake preachers, these false teachers, and you start teaching yourself and looking at it in your own eyes, you'll get more out of it, in my opinion. These churches are only out to suck you in, put fear in you, and collect money out your pocket. Think they give a fuck if you burn in this so-called hell or go to heaven? Nah, they just want that money so they could live in heaven now. They're living it up, taking a poor man's last dollar, driving by in a fucking Lexus coupe, a 2024 Lexus coupe, that heats your water and shit, right? Preachers or something else. Oh, as a matter of fact, ding ding, I forgot. Pictures.
Right, and it's like people are looking. I look at people as thinkers, right? Like, who do I really want to associate with or conversate with? People that fucking, like, that are good thinkers. I don't care about, being fucking a part of some religion. I want to conversate and reason with people. Learn about, the mind and whatnot. But people put that on the back burner. They just go full retard into religion. They, go full retard into drugs, whatever,
Fuck.
And we're seeing that divide now, where it's like, I was reading yesterday, like, reasoning is put on the back burner, and people are looking more into like shit in the metaverse, and minds are going elsewhere. Understanding the mind and whatnot is, there's a big shift. Mass psychosis. The whole universe is within your mind, not outside of this physical body. Well, Candy, could you elaborate on that?
And
If you look at
I had hit the wrong fucking button. Plus, I know there's other reasons. I just wanted to add to that thing about stuff that's being said behind the scenes or had been said a while ago, which caused people to turn their back on me and walk away. But no one came to Chuck to ask me anything, and that's what pisses me off. So I just say fuck it, fuck off then.
my advice to you is, you might say I don't want this advice, but just don't even, just watch people. Just watch people. Don't even say anything and just watch. And then say you get a conversation. Say Void comes back up here. Hey Void, how's it going? Or anybody else in the future, you know. Hey, how's it going? How you been? You know, don't even really get into your own speculation or conclusions. Like, don't let them into your mind. Less is more, you know. Govern your mind. This physical realm is a holographic realm. That's why you can create the life you want based off of your thoughts. God's throne is the brain. What does that mean, though? God's throne is the brain. I don't know shit about God, if there is a God. I don't know shit about the origin of life, the source of life. It's all fucking a mystery. That's why we have all these theories. God's throne is the brain. Yes, it's your thoughts, so watch what you think and what you say, because it's your reaction at the end of the day. What becomes intelligence. And dealing with other people, you gotta be cautious. Only just how it sounds. God is energy. God is the only energy having billions of experiences as its creation. I'm not even gonna entertain that shit. You good, Chuck?
I had to fucking fix these stupid pictures. They wouldn't let me upload them. I took on my camera, like it's too big or some shit. Where I gotta like crop them and shit. But anyway, I fixed it. Now, cause I was taking pictures. I went into the city this morning. I mean, I live in the city, but I'm talking like downtown, the big where all the skyscrapers are at.
Right.
And I was looking at some of this old architecture, and this church right here. I couldn't get the tower part, but I got the tower part right here. I had to take two separate pictures to fit this tower part in. Now let me see if I could pull up these other pictures I got. The tower, I gotta dig for them because they're trying to say. Now remember what this tower looks like in this picture, because I have this other picture. Oh, that ain't it. And they're saying it's a water tower, and I personally call bullshit on it. Let me see. I hope I didn't erase it out of my pictures. Fuck. Oh, I got this one. Oh, it's right here. Perfect. All right. So now you see this tower and the way it looks on the church. So down the street a little bit from here, in the north end. Well, actually on this street, if I went left and I went to the south end, not that, you get this, which has the same type of tower, right? Same old type of church. It's got the star of Rimfram on the front, the six-pointed star of Satan, which is also the male and female put together. And but yeah, you can see the tower there where the bell would be. And then this is the other way, this tower. They said this was a water tower, which I call bullshit. I think this used to be some sort of castle that was there and it got knocked down. This is what's left of it. It's the same type of design as this. Almost. And this.
I say you go in there and figure out if it's a water tower or not.
It wasn't open. Oh, hold on, they're cutting them off. Damn, I should have cut this picture more to zoom in on the top upper part. That looks like the Greek columns. That would be where you would have like, what do you call that? The top of a skyscraper. The fuck. What is it called at the top of a skyscraper? Expensive ass apartments. They're called like the master suite or whatever they're called.
The suites?
Yeah, the suites. And I think that's what somebody told me. This used to be a hotel, and this is where the hookers would be at in Hartford and stuff. I don't know, but I like the top part of the design of the building. The way they put the columns up there, and it's pretty dope. Just like this building. This is next to it. This one. Damn, see, I can't zoom in, but there's at the upper parts, pretty cool architecture at the top there. But yeah, it's one building, they're connected. This is all in Hartford, and right next to me where I'm standing to the left is the old what is it called? The old courthouse, or the old, but see, these are the things again that were on the wall. These little fucking
snails.
Now, I was fucking like shocked at how many there was. 'Cause a few months ago there was a little bit of them, but this time I was mind blown. Let me see if this does justice. Boop. I mean, there's thousands of them right here, and they go all the way up to near the bridge. That's how high they went, and you could I should have took another picture of the higher part. I'm talking at least 40,000 baby snails. There's no rivers, no nothing around here. It's pretty odd why they're living there. I never seen this when I was growing up. You know, I grew up in this area and I never ever seen that there. So it's something new. But I am gonna go into this church, JG, for sure, man. This one. I gotta go back later time. I tried to get in and they weren't open. It was around 7 a.m. I want to take a look in these churches. This one right here, I wanted to go in, but they're closed. This church here on the south end, this one's closed. It's boarded up and everything. I wonder what they're going to do with this.
I don't fuck with churches, man.
I just want to look and see if there's like the old school copper organs and shit. Because I know these old churches had organs in them, and then they were replaced by digital pianos and shit. Even the bells were replaced, a lot of them. They got fake fucking speakers up there that make the bell sound. It's not even a real bell no more. It's bootleg. Everything's going so fake nowadays. Fake bells, a fake organ. That's just a snorgan, not an organ. It's a snorgan.
Technology.
I'm gonna play my snorgan today. Yeah. People come and people go. I
What's
just
the
say fuck
stream?
the haters and grow. Huh?
What's the StreamYard link?
Well, why, who's here?
Who knows?
Someone asked for it. I was hoping London Man would come through, but I don't know. It fires me up, man, a little bit. Now I'm getting over it, but how nobody came to me to ask me anything, man. Everyone just believed that this person said. I'm not even gonna say no names or nothing. I'm not about like putting business out there, and this person could have easily got a hold of me. They had instead they rather whatever, man. It's done and over with, and I'll take it the way it is. It like you said, I just sat back and watched, and it really showed me how people truly are. No one came to Chuck and said, "Hey, man, you know nothing." They just turned their back and left. So, sayonara, peace. I wish you the best. The Aries is the head. That's what I am, Aries. That's probably why I'm stubborn.
Well, I mean that's all fucking astrology is mind control.
It's made up. Yeah. It would be nice if like people started mapping the stars to what they see, right? Because I've mentioned that before. You're right about that, JG. We're just adopting. We're seeing the stars through the person who created them. We're seeing the stars through their eyes instead of us seeing it through our eyes and creating our own constellation. But
right, a lot of things we're seeing it through other people's machination or their theories, you know.
because like I was looking at the stars like Orion's belt because that's like the most stars I've seen every single night 365. I always see them three major stars, and when I'm even in Connecticut where I live, it's hard to see all the stars because the light drowns them out. But when I look up, I'd be like, man, I don't see no dude with a belt. A lot of this stuff that they created these zodiacs, I don't see what they see. What if I seen a hippopotamus? Puma, stop it! You're always sniffing stuff on the floor and eating stuff. You're gonna get sick one day. My cat eats like a frickin' garbage disposal. I try not to feed her a lot because I don't want her to get all fat. She needs to stay in shape. But I like that video that Candy made. I'm gonna play it in a minute. She said a lot of powerful stuff in there that I'm still breaking programming. Like sometimes if I say certain words, people get all bent out of shape, like we and this and that. It's like, bro. Everything was going fine until them two people came up. I could feel the energy of resentment. They don't, fuck them, man. I don't, just the way people are, man. That's why I don't have a job dealing with customers, because I've had issues in the past of disrespectful customers. I couldn't let shit slide back in the days. I was very keen on that respect shit, man. I got fired from plenty of jobs I remember I worked for Friendly's and I was making sundaes, and I don't remember what exactly happened, but I made 4 to 6 Jim Dandies, and those are the biggest sundaes you can order. They're like banana splits. And then the lady all of a sudden said, I don't want them. Right? And it was busy too. She had this real stank attitude, and I was in a bad mood. So when she was leaving, I threw the fucking Jim Dandy at her, right? Truthfully, I told him I wasn't throwing it at him. I was throwing it at the garbage can, but I really was throwing it at her. And man, that shit bursted and went all over her, man. That was pretty cool. Eat this. That's why I do hands-on work, man. I don't got to deal with snotty, rude, disrespectful ass customers. You know, the customer's always right. I get it in business, but sometimes they're not fucking right, and they need to be set straight. People get away with too much, man. Like these videos with children, just there's this child who escaped from school, and the child's just mad disrespectful and just doing whatever it wants, stealing and breaking shit. And all the cop said was the child needs an ass whooping. And I don't remember what happened. The mother ended up suing the school and stuff, but she said, I can't punish my child because they'll arrest me and put me in jail. And I'm like, really? My mother used to whoop my ass, boy, and I'll tell you what, it set me straight. Because I remember that ass whooping, and I said, man, is it really worth me getting another ass whooping? And now look at the children nowadays. No disrespect to any of them, but they're weak. They can't even. Jaron Duran was getting heckled 3 days ago in a baseball game, and the fan was heckling him, so he told him, shut the fuck up, faggot. And they suspended him for 2 games, and they called it a anti-gay slur or something like that. Last time I checked, a faggot is a bundle of sticks. Yeah, but they suspended him for that. I know it's professional and he plays for a team and all, but damn, you can only take so much when the drunk fan is heckling you. But yeah, people are weak nowadays, man. They can't take nothing. They can't take your opinion. They can't take your speculation. They can't take a joke. People can't take anything no more, man. It's too much estrogen in the food or something. Fucking bitch like fucking crybabies, man. How dare you speak about Jesus like that? I believed he lived. That's my brethren. I love him more than my mother. Huh. But what do I know, man? I'm just a fucking cracker that lives in Connecticut. I don't know shit. I'm just an ignorant fucking piece of shit. No, I'm joking. I'm none of that. I'm being sarcastic. There's a lot of that on here which is a lot of disrespect and shit beyond YouTube and stuff, but instead of disrespecting London, or I don't even want to disrespect the 2 people that were there. I just left, man. So you know what? I'm not going to sit here and explain myself and go back and forth. Whatever, they got what they wanted. I left. I could tell they had an issue with me, and that's fine. They don't have to like me. I really don't care. I'm not going to lose an inch of sleep. But it is what it is, man. Like sometimes, you know, I go overboard with my sarcasm with Jesus and stuff, but I do it because, you know, people got to respect how I see things. I respect how people see things. I don't get mad if someone don't agree with me. It's just what it is. Sometimes I like when people don't agree with me because I see things different, but like, you know, when someone disagrees and then the anger comes out and they're like, I'm not mad, right? And they're like, you can just feel their energy of anger because they're mad at what you said. And it's like, whatever, man. I'm kind of glad some of these people left and don't come back, man. Because they were a headache from the start. I just respected them, and I did try to make people happy in the beginning so I could hear everyone out, but fuck that shit, man. I'm gonna start booting people out. I'm letting people know now. When these arguments happen, no disrespect to anyone. You know, I'm not booting them out because it's about, I'm letting people know now. So when it happens, they can't be mad at me. I ain't just gonna boot you out with no warning. People start arguing, I'm not gonna boot one person out. You're both going. So people gotta learn that it's life, bro. People are gonna disagree with you. I just didn't do it from the start because I didn't want people to be mad at me. But why should I care? You know. And it was sort of like when I humble myself and I don't snap or get mad. It's kind of like, you know, I'm conquering my inner beast when I don't let shit bother me, man. You know. But to be honest, now I don't care. You know. And I know a lot of times people were pressing my buttons to get me mad, man, because they want to see Chuck flip out. You know, because I think it's because I said no one could piss me off. So now they're going to try to piss me off. Which still, you ain't going to get me to really flip out. But I've tamed that inner dragon. But when it comes out, people will regret it. Yeah, we were having a good conversation at London. So I advise people, you know, to go watch that live stream if you're sub to his second channel. But when the chick told me, I said, man, you don't even let me finish what I'm saying, man. You don't even let me speak. She was like, so? I was like, wow. I think she was like, so what? I'm like, okay. People are wild, man. But yeah, I was talking about the new generation, man. That these children act like this because the system said it's illegal to punish your child, man. You know. My mother probably wasn't 100% right for spanking me with a wooden brush, but it worked. In ways. Even though I still was a bad growing up. Because I was just mad at the world. I needed to fall on my head a couple times. But I think children, of course I'm good with you, Axis, man. We don't have no problems. Um, um, people who come here, I really don't have a problem with anyone. At all.
I just got a shower for free.
How?
You get a bottle of water, you
Oh.
shampoo your hair, clean yourself up for free. You don't gotta pay.
I had this other article I wanted to share on something. I forgot what it was about. It was something that was going on in the world. Let me see if I can dig it up. Man, fuck it. I think instead of me playing Candy's video, I think people should go to her channel and watch it. Give her some views and some thumbs up and sub to her channel.
Yo, I got some good footage of that train hop. I'm gonna put some up today or tomorrow. But I got this solar. You know the Simpsons, the nuclear plant in the Simpsons.
Yeah.
They got one just like that in Pennsylvania, and I'm right along like the side of the nuclear plant. It's pretty cool. Got some good footage of that.
Yeah, they got one in Connecticut too. It's called the Groton Sub Base. It's a nuclear sub base. And when I was deep sea fishing, that video is actually up on my channel a few years ago. And I was on the boat and I got the submarine, but it's hard to see it because it's black and it didn't really fully come out the water all the way. You could see like the top part, but that was my first time seeing a submarine in real life, like in the water. It was dope. They do a lot of practice, I guess, out there. I got to get a fucking electric bike or something. I got to start bringing in some serious money. I might go back to my old ways just to make money. It's the only way. Sometimes I think real crazy, man. Like, sometimes I think maybe I need to go back to prison. That's stupid, right? I think maybe I need to go sit in a cell for a few years.
You just gotta find what you need, man. That's all it is.
I still can't believe my landlord could raise the rent like that. Man. That's a lot of bank, yo. You could just decide one day, oh, I'll paint the hallway and raise your rent $300. Like, that was worth it. Let me switch over here to my computer. Hold on, before I do that, I'm gonna say this rhyme I'm working on. I started this or poetry. I might do this rhyme, this whatever I want to call it. My passion's YouTube, man. I love doing this, but if YouTube would pay and they weren't so fucking difficult with these views, you gotta get so many views in order to get a good chunk of money. But I'm hearing different. I'm hearing you can have 10 subs and make good money. I got to figure it out. I got to speak to that guy, Warpath. Maybe he could point me in the right direction. All you got to do is point me in the direction and I'll do all the work looking for my answers. I said, I am everything created and everything destroyed. I am the silence, I am the noise, the motion, the chaos, even the state of poise. Broke out myself, built prisons, and made a choice. Listen to outer speculation. I'm more in tune with my inner voice, the halo, the trident. And I don't know. I wanted this to put I am the dark and I am the light too. But to fit that in. I said, don't ever disrespect. I say this respectfully. So if you attempt, anyway, I said, even the Israelites can't see the light. They are just as racist as the so-called whites. I see through those ideologies in hindsight. Release those anchors and get your mind right. And then finish it. But I'm going to patch all that together somehow with my millions of thoughts I write down. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold up. And that's another thing. Like, people get mad when people have differences. People got to realize differences does not even define the person. These are differences on information. Just because someone thinks differently or sees something different, don't define them as a person. People will hate you entirely because you disagree with something. And I've noticed these Globers too. They get mad and they call names. That's their defense. But because when you break down the globe and that falls apart, it leads to breaking down ideologies. It breaks down religions. It starts to break everything down. When you see one lie, you start to see them all, man. All the lies start coming out. You start seeing through all that shit. And I think that's why a lot of these Globers get mad, because maybe they got a purpose to push an agenda, and they're mad their agendas are being fucking dismantled. So that will leave them with no work, you know. People won't follow their ideologies. They won't follow their. And I always got to make it clear, like I said earlier, when I'm attacking religion, right? I'm not attacking the people on their spiritual path, and I'm not attacking the book, so to say. Even though there's hypocritical shit in it, you can use stuff in the book. It has some good information. Like if you were dumb and you weren't taught anything growing up, there's some lessons in the book that could teach you right from wrong. If you like allegorical stuff, there you go. But as far as taking that book like it's some fucking supreme direction, like you gotta bow to it and fucking, dedicate your life to it, that's wild to me. But it would be nice if Voy wasn't such a butthurt dickhead and he would come up here and explain why he gets butthurt when I say that. But anyway, maybe it's not worth that he does that. I gotta go watch the video to see what shit they were talking when I left. Because I know a lot was probably said once I departed. That's how it always goes. When you leave, people got a lot to say. Alright, let me switch over. That whole situation, man, I blame myself. I should have listened to certain people who warned me about certain people, man. I mean, when I say I should have, it sounds like I'm bitter, and I'm just disappointed in myself and in the other people. I'm just mad at myself for making a decision I shouldn't have. But once again, I learned the hard way, and now I know. So I lost a lot in this process, but it's all good, man. Nothing I can't get back. These people are always arguing, man. They're always calling the cops. When I got home from my mission this morning, there was 7 cop cars in front of the building. As soon as I was pulling up home, another cop car was pulling up in the front, and I thought for sure he was gonna jump out and question me. And I was on London's Live when that happened, and I would have definitely recorded it too, because I'm not answering shit. It had nothing to do with me, and even if it did, I don't know nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. And all I would have said was, I don't answer questions. Lawyer. People got to remember, the police aren't your friends. They're not there to help you in any way. They're there to take what you say and use it against you, man. That's it. They'll manipulate whatever you say and build a case and fuck you in the ass. Differences do make us unique. That's what makes life beautiful.
What are the main things that divide people? What are the main things that divide people? Internal, ideological differences, stereotypes, social identity theory, external, official government policies, news and media reports, social pressure.
Who said
It's all
that?
about man. We're divided because of man.
Yeah.
We divide ourselves.
Yeah. We upload these parasitic programs, man, that create self-destruction. Religion, politics, education. Well, yeah, education could be in there a little bit, but I think it's more or less the politics and the religion create the most self-destruction. When people, like Prodigy said in one of his songs, he said, "Your race don't matter." How do you say it? It's in one of my intros. Let me play the intro for those who don't know. I think it's this one.
This is about psychological warfare. A specific type of warfare designed to distract, misinform,
but trust me,
and anesthetize the brain.
This is a national emergency. Important instructions will follow.
We must remain vigilant at all times and be alert to their insidious attack on the mind. For they have come before, and they will come again.
Who made
Actually,
that?
that was the wrong one, but whatever.
Who made that?
I put it all together, but that is a interlude from the Hegelian Dialectic album by Prodigy with Mobb Deep.
Well, the lady talking, that's from Propaganda, Martinov's documentary.
Haha, for real? I was wondering where that came from. Haha, that's awesome. Thanks for telling me that. Oh shit.
Yeah, his last name's Martinov. Martinov. Documentary's called Propaganda.
Martinov. Sounds like a Martinov cocktail and shit. My name's Archimedes. Do. He said your race don't matter, your faith don't matter. Government tyranny is the only thing that matters. Tyrannical tyrants. Tyrannical tyrants speak words as vibrant. Come on, computer. You're slow like a 1980 Apple. Alright, fuck that. Sitting here all day. What's this? Archimedes' death ray atop the lighthouse of Alexander. Interesting. Never seen this before. This was the other intro that I created.
No, this is not a Hollywood blockbuster. The planes crashing into these towers are real. And these buildings crashed to the ground, including one that wasn't hit by anything at all. The American population was terrorized, hypnotized, and traumatized by repetitive showings of the devastation, with the media repeating over and over that it was a terrorist attack.
Race don't matter, your faith don't matter, the enemy is government tyranny, all that other shit don't matter.
No, this is not a Hollywood blockbuster.
This is not a Hollywood flockfluster. I wonder where Mind's Eye's at, man. He hasn't come through in a minute. And Sir Drop. Drop was on, bro. As a matter of fact, I wanted to speak on the, Jeranism was on Bro Sanchez yesterday. So I happened to watch it. You know, when there's garbage on the internet, I always know I could get good info from Bro Sanchez. Especially when he has his presentations, man. That's where he really shines. But Jeranism was on there, and he's supposed to be going to Antarctica allegedly, right? With these globies. So they can allegedly discredit. They're going to use the sun to determine if the ground is flat or curved, right? That don't make any sense, but hey, whatever floats their boat. Now they can dictate whether, if the sun goes behind them wherever they're standing, which I know it won't. Like, because they're going to say they can prove the Earth isn't flat because they say Antarctica has 24-hour sunlight. That's impossible, man, unless there's more than one sun, right? Other than that, there's no way. Because when the sun goes south, if you look at the equidistant map, it has the stuff for the sun. The sun's on a longer path. Now, The problem I have with that is when the sun comes north, it's a shorter path. So what does the sun speed up when it goes south? Or is that why we got longer nights? Because the sun has a longer path. I'm confused with that part. Not confused, but, you know,
You think you can play that video, that link I sent you?
where
It's in
it's in the
the
private.
StreamYard chat.
Yeah. I gotta switch over. Hold on.
At like 33 minutes and 8 seconds, 7 seconds, that part of it. That's a fucking good documentary, man. That opened my eyes to a
What is
lot of
the
it.
one? Is it the documentary that you were just talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Holy shit. Hold up. California's new solar powered plant? Look at this fucking thing. Oh my god. Dude, this is in a desert. This thing got like 90,000 fucking solar panels. Looks like it's the size of New York City, for fuck's sake. Anyway, let me switch over.
I wanna know what love is. I wish I had Jesse's girl. Why can't I find a woman like that? She's an easy lover. JG's Hits. New CD. Only $19.99.
You know what you're gonna have to do?
What's that?
Peace and Ola. That's a dope name. I never heard anyone name that.
What?
We're definitely not on a bowling ball. If anything, we're inside a ball, the cosmic egg, on a level plane. Anyway, yeah, in the back, in the private. Let me see if it's there. Oh, okay, it is. Usually it erases it. Well, how many minutes in? 33?
33 minutes, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds.
Chinese? The fuck? Oh
The guy
man, I
that,
hope we don't got a problem.
the guy that made the documentary made it look like North Korea made it. So
Oh, all right.
yeah, you're good.
3 minutes. Boom. Jesus, what's up, brother? Oh shit! It is. That is the Prodigy thing. Oh shit. 2345. Oh, Snapper Wapper. Oh, that's terrible. They did those people dirty, bro. I'm gonna start at 27. They did these people dirty, bro. Oh, I think this was the bombing or something. Wow. They did these people dirty, bro. No joke. It's fucked up. Let me mute up. I'm gonna play it.
American bandits also tested biological weapons by dropping infected insects and other agents on us and our Chinese brothers and sisters.
Yeah, if they dropped it on them.
Despite these evil and cowardly acts, the West was unable to defeat our glorious nation in the victorious Fatherland Liberation War. Despite a record 7 threats with nuclear weapons by the Americans, with their enormous wealth and military might, we remain undefeated, winning one victory after another, and we are now their longest-running adversary. They are afraid of us, but we are not afraid of them. The Americans label us unpredictable and dangerous. But America is the only nation insane enough to use nuclear weapons on their fellow human beings.
Rivers and streams throughout the city began to boil. People evaporated where they stood, leaving shadows of their bodies.
Hello? The fuck happened? United States of America, we're the top dog scumbags. Yeah, it's all about control. And filled up money bags and tags of Prada. Tags of Prada. Junk politics, crack cocaine. Everybody is so goddamn insane. It's the United States of America. Yeah, freedom's fake. You're a slave, you gotta behave. Pay those taxes to who? Yeah, it's just a machination, mental masturbation. You're just a slave to a fucking corrupt system. Jesus loves me, this I know. Group psychosis tells me so. Ha ha ha, it's all a big fat joke. And you're the one that's caught up in the insanity, my friend.
Now they're gonna boot me out. Let me turn that off.
They booted you for that video?
I don't know. I went to pause it so I could agree with what they're saying. Like they say that South Korea doesn't like North Korea. That ain't true. If you ask a South Korean, that's like their cousins and shit. They don't even want the U.S. station there. The U.S. occupies all this land. The U.S. got more bases in other countries than they do in their own homeland. They got more soldiers overseas than they do here. My grandfather and his 7 brothers served. I mean, my family was huge in serving this country. For what? I even think my grandfather knew it was fucking. I was thinking about my grandpa this morning and how he used to tell me the earth is flat. And I always would forget. I thought he was losing his mind from a stroke he had. But I always forgot he was in the Navy, man. So he knew. He sailed the oceans. He knew it was no ball. Anyway. I'm probably Morgan. Like T. Morgan. Chuck. And I'm a Morganite.
The West want to know why their forces are occupying our country?
도대체 신경이라도 쓸 거라고 생각해?
Do they care?
그럼 이 사실을 도대체 알기라도
Do they
할 것이라
even know?
이 질문에 대한 대답은 대부분의 사람들은
The
알지도
answer
못하고
is that most of them don't know and don't care.
라는 것이다. 왜냐하면 자기들 주인님들이 그들이 무엇을 보고
Because their owners have full control over what they see and think.
모든 부분을 다 장악하고 있기 때문이다. 텔레비전은 아편보다
Far more seductive than opium,
행동 양식이나 기대감
infinitely more effective at shaping behavior and expectations than alcohol and religion. Television is the most powerful weapon of psychological warfare in history. Consumer slaves in the West schedule their lives and relationships around watching television. They use it as a babysitter for their youth and wake up to this drug. Consumer
What? Bro, thank you, JG. This fucking thing is gonna be my new intro. I'm gonna work on it. What she said, greatest weapon created was the TV babysits the
You're Borgin bad.
infinitely more effective at shaping behavior and expectations than alcohol and religion. Television is the most powerful weapon of psychological warfare in history. Consumer slaves in the West schedule their lives and relationships around watching television. They use it as a babysitter for their youth and wake up to this drug, consume it whenever possible during the day, and go to sleep with it. They even take it with their meals.
서구에서 텔레비전,
Television, or TV as they call it in the West, doesn't kill.
이 물건은
It pacifies, turning viewers into compliant zombies.
시청자들은
They wear a vacant, glassy-eyed look on their faces because they are in a trance-like state. This is ideal. Now the consumer is sitting still and ready for indoctrination. No force is necessary here. He is a willing participant. It is no mistake that happiness in the West peaked in the 1950s. Before television was used to enforce capitalism's consumer message. The message that you are not happy. Not unless you buy this product. Look like this person. Or drink this beverage. The West calls these images advertising. Advertising is both propaganda and propaganda distributor. Advertising is about hawking product and creates artificial needs, since most products are completely unnecessary.
Your favorite music?
Advertising unashamedly fosters unhappiness with oneself and with one's possessions. In fact, the very purpose of advertising is to open up emotional vulnerabilities and make people feel that without this product, they are defective.
You need to protect your skin, you need to hydrate your skin, you need to moisturize your skin, and you need to repair your skin.
Corporations employ psychologists, writers, and filmmakers to sell what is essentially the same product. A certain toothpaste, for instance, claims to have a feeling of freshness. This one claims to have dazzling strips of whitening ability, while this one is for people who claim to have teeth so sensitive that it feels like they've been stung by lightning. One of the tricks of effective advertising is to identify the product with a highly desirable quality that has widespread appeal. If you buy this, you will have clear skin and become attractive to others. And more beautiful. Use this product and pretend that you too can be a farmer. Drive this car and appear liberated and adventurous, like these actors. Advertisements are nothing but bait, laid out for certain types of consumers.
For up to 14 times more volume.
These same methods are used to glorify the corporations who make these products. Their goal? Maximum profit. Their target? Human beings.
인간들을 자기들 나라나 인민, 환경에는
Turn them into mindless consumers who crave their product and keep buying it at any cost to their country, fellow citizens, and the environment. And for what? Look at the background of this commercial. This product is for those with money and high social standing, according to the image. This is how the bizarre need to appear superior to friends, fellow workers, and neighbors is mercilessly enlarged and exploited. But advertising is not just for adults. Propagandists spend $12 billion per year specifically targeting children to form consumer habits early on. They can ingrain their brand by repeating it over and over until the child is indoctrinated and manipulated beyond control.
Norman Feeney, Pepsi drinker for life.
18개월이 되면
By 18 months, babies in the West can tell the difference between brands.
2살이 되면
And by 2, they're asking for brand products by name.
요구할 수 있게 된다.
From the age of 7, the average child has seen 20,000 TV commercials every year.
광고 관계자들이 다른 어떤
There is only one other group more coveted and groomed by advertisers than any other: preteen and teenage girls.
프로파간디스트들은 이것을 트윈 마켓.
The propagandists call this the tween market.
실질적으로는 기업의
But
페도필리아,
in fact, it is corporate pedophilia.
집착증이라고 할 수 있다. 기업의 소아의
The
정
aim of corporate pedophilia is to make young people feel inferior and defective
이미지를 이용함으로써
by using images that are unattainable.
자신들이 결점이 있다고 느끼게 만드는 것이고 이러한
And these
이미지는
images are used against consumers for the rest of their lives to keep them feeling inadequate,
차가 브랜드 제품과 함께하지 않으면
unless they buy their products and stick with their brands.
느끼게 하는 것이다. 패션 산업도
The
마찬가지다.
fashion industry is the same.
어울릴지도 모르고
Wear this and you might fit in. Look like this and you will be attractive and popular,
가십 잡지에 나오는
like the people in these gossip
이런
magazines.
사람들과 같은 그룹에 동참해라. 이런 사람들을
These
우리는
people are called
유명인이라고.
celebrities.
Where do we begin? I mean,
사람이 자기가 하는 일의 최고가 되어
While it is natural for a person to become popular for being the best at what they do, today in the West, you are a celebrity if you simply appear on screen.
어떤 화면이라도
Any screen, even by mistake.
이렇게 되면 아무것도 하지 않더라도 신용도가 쌓이게
You gain
되고
credibility and praise for nothing.
화면에
And the more you
노출되면
appear,
될수록
the bigger a
그
celebrity you
인명이
become.
더 커지게 된다. 유명인사가 되었다 싶으면
If you become a big enough celebrity, then you become a brand to be sold and traded like any other product. Meet Miss Kim Kardashian.
이 사람은
She is famous for owning some clothes shops and going shopping.
이 사람은
She wears diamonds and fur because they are symbols of wealth in the West.
그것들을 걸친다.
And because she believes she is superior to other humans, she ignores the true cost of these luxuries.
무시해버린다. 이번에 나온 유명인사는
This celebrity is called Madonna.
이 사람은
She recently started a trend of shopping for children in third world countries, which gained her enormous publicity.
주목을 받게 된다. 그녀는
She
미국 내
could have
수백만
adopted
명이나
one of the
되는
millions of poor black children in America who have no home.
이렇게 하는 것은 그녀가
But that would not have gotten her the attention she so desperately craves.
만들지는 못하였을 것이다. 미스터 타이거 우즈를
Meet
만나보고
Mr. Tiger Woods,
욕심 많고 타락한
an
사람으로
athlete who has made millions of dollars from his image as an honest, dependable family man.
성관계를
Even though the
가지면서도
greedy
같은
golfer
시간에
was also having sex with over a dozen waitresses, porn stars, and C-grade models at the same time.
이 사람은
This is B-grade actor Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger,
지금 보는 것은 캘리포니아의
seen here with his
주지사로
wife when he was
재선됐을
re-elected as governor of California.
모습이다. 캘리포니아
Unlike the
주지사는
other B-grade actor who served as governor of California,
이 배우는 대통령까지는
this actor won't be president
왜냐하면
because he fathered a child with the family maid in their marital bed.
이들 두
These two
배우는
actors are very big celebrities.
그들의 이름은 브래드와
Their names are
안젤리나입니다.
Brad and Angelina, and their brand is Brangelina.
그들 또한 제3세계에서
They also shop for children in third world countries.
마찬가지로 이들 또한 미디어의 주목을 받는
Like
것에
other celebrities, they constantly complain about the media attention they
그들이
get,
어린이를 구매하기
even
위한
though they have
쇼핑을 할
entire
때마다
teams of
또는
propagandists
최신
who alert the
유행의
media
디자인
each
의상을
time they go
입고
shopping for
커피를
children,
사랑할 때 전속되어 있는 홍보팀
or
전체가
purchase a coffee wearing the latest designer clothes.
알려주면서도 말이다. 진실은
The truth
이런
is that
유명인사들은
celebrities like these are merely collaborators.
예를 들어 서구 사회에서 담배에
For
사람들을
example, despite the fact that tobacco in the West is laced with more than 2,000 deadly chemicals designed to addict and kill humans,
잡지, 영화,
celebrities frequently appear in magazines, movies, and fashion shoots smoking cigarettes.
거대 담배 회사는 청소년들이 이들과
Big
같은
tobacco
유명인이 되고
pays
싶다는
these
것을
trained
알고 있기
monkey
때문에
collaborators of death enormous amounts to smoke and glamorize their product,
돈을 지불하며 담배를
knowing that the
피우고
youth want to be
자신들에게
celebrities too.
Nicole, don't do that, you promised.
간혹 유명인은
Sometimes celebrity
인간의
exacts a
혼란과
terrible
고통을
toll on the
야기시키는
human brain,
끔찍한 대가를
leading to
치르기도 한다.
confusion and misery.
이 가엾은 사람은
This poor man
최근
is Mr.
약물
Michael
과다부정으로
Jackson,
숨진
a very
굉장히
famous
유명한
musician
가수
who
미스터
recently died
마이클
from a
잭슨.
drug overdose.
미국이
Let's
이
look at
사람에게
what
어떤
America
짓을 했는지
did
한번
to this man.
그의 조상들은
His
아프리카에서 강간을
ancestors
당하고
were raped from
미국으로
Africa
노예로 실려온
and
사람.
Alright, JG, peace. Yeah, that was dope, man, that video. I'm definitely going to use that for an intro to one of my tracks, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. They're going at America hard, but this is the reality, man, that people need to hear. You know, people defend America so much, and I get it. They love their country and they love the people, but the government, they're fucking terrible. Those poor people in that country. Imagine just living your life one day on your farm and shit, and all of a sudden, boom, people are attacking, blowing up everything, and good old America, it's occupy the land. That's what we does around here. So I had this picture. I don't know about this satcom, but I just thought this picture was funny on how they put this curvature in there, man. And people with common sense know when you're in the ocean or a lake, the only time is when the water's manipulated with waves of energy. Even the word, hold on, I had the word advertise, right? Now I don't know, I was trying to figure out what the TER would mean, but add something ties. Because these ads basically are like ties, man. They tie you in. I couldn't think of a word VER, but what the VER would mean in advertise. But they are ads that tie in. But yeah, the TV is definitely the greatest weapon ever created. Not a bomb, not a gun, not a sword. You heard what they said. They said in the documentary that in the 50s, when they started with the television ads and stuff, you know, I even truthfully, you know, when you tell people you didn't raise your children, the school system raised your children, or the internet raised your children, right? I'm not saying parents don't spend time with their children, but most of the time of each day is spent in school or in front of a tablet, That's why I think a lot of children have communication problems. They're not outside playing with other children. They're on these video games and computers. They're not outside climbing trees, falling off bikes and breaking bones and cracking their head on the ground. Those are the best times of my life, man. Climbing garages and jumping from roof to roof. Just doing stuff you're not supposed to. Running on highways. Playing on the train tracks, jumping on trains. Playing baseball, full contact football, not none of this bum stuff today where you tap someone on the shoulder and they cry foul. You know, this like I wanted to speak on in baseball, how they suspended that player. I already brought it up, but that's how soft what the world's becoming. But I wanted to get back on this topic real quick about this is the Dragonfire. I think this is on a British or well the UK military, but this is also on United States military and the Navy. They have these direct energy weapons already in use. When you start looking into technology from the military, you realize in the Middle East they've been using this technology and they're practicing and using it on the people over there. A lot of that was kept hidden from the masses and kept hidden from the news. They weren't reporting that, but there's videos that came out when soldiers would come home and they would record stuff. Stuff was being secretly put up on YouTube, and you used to be able to find these videos of I remember this one video vividly where all these people were standing in an area and all of a sudden, I don't know what it was. I think it was you seen a laser, and then all of a sudden it was like the sound boom. It was like the laser came in the view real quick and it disappeared as fast as it came in. Like when they slowed the video down, you could see it. It was like a lightning strike, but a little quicker. No, I don't know. But either way, they slowed the video down so you could see it. And it came in and let in, boom! That shit blew everyone away. So they've been using this tech. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they had it in the 80s. Now, I don't know what these towers for this alleged 5G has to do with everything, but I'll tell you one thing. If they got a these are my theories, man. That's all. I'm not saying any of this is fucking true. People could look into it and do your own research and synchronize pictures, do whatever you have to do. But I have my own theories. I look at these towers every day. You know, I see these towers damn near every day, every morning. And there's something more to it. I mean, these satellites, or satelloons, or drones, or whatever, you know, they create this sun simulator. My question is, what the hell is keeping it up there? That thing could have maybe panels on it which create an infinite amount of charging. If a normal Joe Schmo took apart a I can't even think. If a Joe Schmo took apart one of those fucking things you put on your roof for electricity, reverse engineered it and made it so it'll create an infinite charge. I'm pretty sure the military could do it too. Now, London Man was showing something where it had 9 lasers on it. Not the antennas, but the I always forget that stupid name for them things, man. Solar panels. I mean, people think solar panels are new. They had solar panels in the 60s. Does anyone remember their calculators when you opened them up and the sun would turn them on? The light? I mean, that tech is not new. So if we had it, what makes people think the ancestors didn't think of it? And the ancestors weren't indoctrinated like we were, as far as we know. They weren't eating genetically modified turkeys and genetically modified apples with no seeds and chemical filled fucking everything. These people were probably very intelligent. Not probably, they were. And their brain probably worked to its fullest capacity because they weren't tainted with fucking chemicals. And they probably weren't genetically modified either through laboratories and the mad mask clothing. You know what's crazy? Talking about mask things, I only put one on when I was forced to. And even then, I would put it on and pull it down right away. I never ever put one of them on for the most part. 99.8% of the time. Like I said, unless I was forced to, and even then I would pull it down to be a prick. But I didn't get sick not one time. And all that time, man, people that went and got the I knew these 2 people that went and got they got the Holy Trinity, man, all 3 of them. I call it the unholy Trinity. And they were getting sick all the time. Sometimes, like, I don't be negative and shit. I'm not trying to be or want attention or nothing. But sometimes in life, man, I wonder, would it be better off to exit this shithole? Not saying that I would do that to myself. I'm just saying when it's time to go, I think when it's time to go, people won't even realize they're gone. Because when it happened to me, it's hard to explain. I've explained it before, but I was aware and conscious of some sort, but it's nothing like here, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I know, that's wild they did that. That which is like, I'm just sick and tired of the and I know people say, because it's true, you know, I could be a selfish person and not speak out of my observations and try to help people and open their eyes to go look, take time to research. A lot of people have excuses. Oh, I don't have time, but they'll find time to crack a bottle of wine and get drunk. They'll find time to have sex for 3 hours. You know, they have time for everything else but to do some reading and researching. If it's on the news, a lot of my friends think, why would they lie to us? It's all true. Like, people, I thought for sure what the scam schmemic would open people's eyes, man, but it sadly didn't for the most part. So it is coming to a point, though, I ain't gonna lie, where I'm to the point where I truly just don't give a fuck no more. I feel like tipping these people's canoes and telling them this is what you get when you snooze. Nah, but seriously, I don't go out of my way really to I come on here and I talk to people and stuff. I love it, but as far as I go in full force to try to open people's eyes, I figure there's no point. That's up to them. If someone comes across my channel and they hear what I'm saying and they go look and it helps them, I'm happy with that. But for the most part, I'm sick and tired of butthurt people all the time. You can't have conversations with people when they hear something they don't like. They cry and get all mad. They want to fucking just argue or call people names or have attitudes and disrespect. It gets old after a while. It's like, man, are we adults here or are we still in first grade? But back to what I want to speak on real quick before I jump off here in a few. Bro Sanchez live stream yesterday, and I was happy to see Drop over there. That was dope. His Sir Drop always has a lot of powerful information, and he's, you know, I remember times when he would go on there and they would be cutting him off, and Sir Drop would be cooking and they'll cut him off, and it's happened to a lot of people. But it's just good to see people. It's good to see people have differences, or you know, they still end up coming back together. They don't let differences or little arguments fuck up a friendship, man. I think it makes a friendship even more stronger. Having differences and fixing, you know, you start to understand people more. But it was a good build, and I'm glad Bro Sanchez pointed out that these globe people think they're gonna go to this so-called Antarctica and prove that we're on a ball somehow by looking at the sun. But I don't know if it was Jeranism or someone made a good point that, and I don't know, I think Jeranism thinks he's gonna go down there and he thinks he's gonna be able to go around alone and explore, which negative. And if they do bring him somewhere, it's gonna be like where the penguins are at. They ain't gonna let him explore on their own. But it would be cool if they had footage of a sun in front of them. Let me pull this map up so you can understand what I'm saying. Man, I don't know why I just kept thinking about all the people that turned their back and stopped coming by here. Fuck it. Should have never fucking communicated with these fucking fake people, man. I should have listened to the warnings. I should have I should have listened to the people whispering in my ear. But I didn't. I didn't. And now look. Come on, map, where are you? I need the equidistant map. Equidistant? What the fuck is that? Archimedes. Where? Ooh, a telescope. Equidistant, where are you? Come on. If I didn't have 60,000 pictures, I would have found it already. Wow. I forgot I had pictures of these old factories that were in New Britain. Man. Someone went in this factory before they knocked it down and was taking pictures, and man, all this scrap metal that was left in these factories, I'm surprised no one didn't break in there and just strip it. Alright, this is getting out of hand here with this equidistant mapper. I'm just gonna fucking look one up and download it that way. It's taking forever. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Slap a motherfucking Jew. No, I'm joking. And take his shoe with a pew pew. Alright, here we go. Equidistant moppers. Alright. Welcome to 7-Eleven. I'm going to kick your ass. I don't like the picture. Alright, here we go. It's a good picture. I like this map. It's one of my favorite maps. What's this? Oh, this is the sun, what it used to look like before it turned white. This is an old picture somebody took in the airplane. I think this picture might be from the 90s. And that's what the sun used to look like. Orange yellowish. It was like an Edison light bulb. Alright, here's the equidistant. So they think they're going to this part. You see where South America is, if I'm not mistaken. It's either there. It's that part that comes out. You see where it comes out in South America, right where Patagonia would be. Where Hercules Pillars, I think, were. I think there was 2 Hercules Pillars. One was near Africa, and the other one was. The Germans allegedly left out the gate that was near South America. That's why they were stationed in Argentina and where Patagonia is and stuff like that. Germany had stations, Germany over there. And I think they were coming and going in and out of this realm with submarines and shit. They found the gates in and out of here. And I think there's more than one. I think there's 4 gates. My opinion. But they're supposed to go down there, and it would be cool if they see the regular sun, because look, we know when the sun goes north, there's 24-hour light, and I got my friend Renegade that lives in Sweden, and he gets 24-hour darkness and 24-hour light. So, okay, that's proven. And D Marble went to Alaska and proved that too. When he stood in one spot in Alaska, and he recorded the sun. He stood in one spot, 24-hour recording, and 360 degrees, the sun went around. He just spun around and recorded it. So people think they're going to go to South America, to Antarctica, and they're going to see 24-hour daylight. I don't think it does that. And if it does, there has to be 2 suns then, because other than that, how's the sun gonna shine? You see where South America is? How is the sun gonna go all the way up to the 12 o'clock and shine light down to the 6 o'clock? It won't. It can't. It's impossible. So now if they see a sun in front of them and the sun behind them, that would prove that there is a sun in the lands out of ours. Now that would be cool if they see that, but I think maybe 100 miles from the edge of this so-called ice wall, like I have a lot of questions about this ice wall, right? Oh, you scared the hell out of me, Puma. I wonder if there's deserts, you know, is there a summertime? And what does the sun speed up when it goes south? Like, it would have to take a longer route, no? I've always questioned that with the flat earth equidistant map. Does the sun speed up when it comes outer more? Because I know it makes our days longer when it comes north, and then our nights are longer when it goes south, but how does that work for the people that are in the outer part? Because the sun would have to speed up. It has more ground to cover, if you get what I'm saying. So where are these flat earth experts? I want to hear. People who want a relationship will seek resolution. Good point. Hold on. We're trying to read your stuff, Candy. What girl? The one I was speaking of? Or maybe you talking about the girl that was at London's today? Man, it could be any of that, Candy. It could be somebody whispered something in her ear, and instead of coming to you like anyone should do and speak to you, she just took what that person said and ran with it. And that's what most people do. They let other people manipulate them. Oh, not her? Okay. I don't know. Anyway, somebody needs to explain this to me, man. We need some flat earthers to come in here. Some flat earthers don't even talk about being inside the cosmic egg. Or like being inside of the on the level. You got your ball. Sir Drop mentioned that in his rhyme. I heard that shit the other day. I said, damn, that was dope. Yo, man, why are you always mentioning Sir Drop, man? What are you, a fanboy? Nah. I'm a fanboy of your mama. Man, where's these flat earthers at, man? Someone's got to come in here. We got 3 people speaking in the chat and 6 people in the bushes. Or no, 5 people in the bushes. Oh, okay, Candy. Yeah, you were mentioning that. I won't say no names or nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's 5 people in the bushes. Well, now 2 of them left because they got caught out. But there's a lot of bushwankers that come here anyway. I expect it. I expect people to record, talk shit, and bushwank. Bushwanker. Is you a bushwanky? Are you wanking your bush? Killer Hills 10304. Let's see if I could get Renegade 1 in here. Or Dean or somebody. I know Marcel ain't ever coming back, which is a disappointment. Because Marcel is cool as shit, but that's one person who turned their back on me. And there's plenty more. But Marcel was disappointed, man, because he's cool as hell. But it is what it is, man. Well, that's good you tell them that. That which is because, you know, it'll allow them to be more open-minded and make mistakes. You know, they'll make their own decisions too, kind of, and you know, it'll allow them to make mistakes and learn from their mistakes. You know, or because even though it's just a like and dislike, they could like something, and then it could be something they might regret liking, and then they can learn a lesson from it. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Come on, man. Wait and see if it won't let... Come on. Ah! I was waiting for it to let you in, London. I don't know why it did that. Don't tell me it's gonna fucking... Something with your signal, London, I think. Ah, here we go. Yo, finally, man. Now we could have a good build, man. For a minute at least. You're good. I was trying to search someone out, man, that I could build on some conversations with. It's been a wild 3 hours. I appreciate you letting me up. I just left. You know, I'm not gonna like speak on this forever. I'm just letting you know I left because I didn't want to. I was getting a little aggravated and I didn't want to disrespect your channel, man. So I just took off. I said, you know, boy was pressing my buttons purposely, man. I don't know what his deal is, but it's all good.
Yeah, voice. Not everybody's cup of tea. I think I may have missed something with you and boy. Or what initially was.
Wrench. You started with a wrench. He might not admit it, but I accidentally plucked his wrench because I was plucking wrenches, and fucking I guess when he came back, he seen it was gone, and I told him, "Oh shit!" and I gave it back to him, but he dipped out. He was all mad, I guess. So it started with that, and then that's when I asked him, "Why don't you come around?" He said he unsubbed or not, whatever. And we've had that disagreement before too, because he gets mad when I said, we're in this position because it's our fault, you know. We sit back and let this shit fly. I just, I'm speaking for me. I take accountability for the ancestors, the way the system rocked people to sleep and took control of everything for the most part. But and then that woman like just started speaking over me and telling me how I'm mad at God and all. Instead of asking me, am I? She just started assuming things. And then I said, I didn't even get to finish what I was saying. And she was like, so what? And I was like, damn, okay. Everything was fine until them two popped up and shit went south. Like, they both had something against me. So I was like, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and, but fuck that situation. I'm glad you came because I mean, like, looking over the equidistant map and thinking about these globers that say they're going to go to Antarctica and end this debate, right, with the globers and flat earthers, or even people that don't consider themselves a flat earther. No, we're not. We're in a crater or whatever, right? They think they're going to go. I think it's that part near South America where the Patagonian tribe and Argentina. Because I know the Germans were allegedly going in and out of, this realm. They were stationed a lot in South America along the same coast Connecticut's on, the east coast of South America. And I think they had one base on the west side where Argentina is, and they were going in and out of, the realm. But that's where I think they're going, to peace in Antarctica, where it comes out a little bit. No, I haven't been. I won't take them Jabuskis. I took one a long time ago, about 16 years ago, and I got very sick. It was for the flu. And never again will I ever put one of them things nowhere near me. But anyway. So, now, what's up, Kimba? So, he was stating, Jeranism, I think it was him, that if they see the sun go behind them, it'll prove we're on a ball, I guess, or something. But I think the sun's going to go in front of them like it does. And if they see a sun behind them, that could be a sun from another crater. That would be awesome. If there's a sun in front of them and a sun behind them, that would prove right there that there's other craters, which I know there is. There's many more experiments going on in other craters. Like, I can only imagine what other civilizations are like, right? London, I can only imagine some of these other craters. Probably people that don't get experimented on.
I can, if you would like, Charles, drop a bit of information that will take you beyond the looping that's happening with the observation of the globe, the flat Earth, and the construct.
Sure.
The ideal is your senses in the human body can only pick up a certain range of perception, such as audible, visual. We're such a minuscule and small range of being able to perceive. But once you go past that and you understand that just beyond the spectrum of what you can actually feel, see, taste, touch, smell, and experience is the expansion to what we are living in this construct. It's just right outside of our spectrum, and it travels on infinitely. So what you're being able to observe and try and define and explain is just a minuscule part of the whole. because you can't perceive it with your senses. You have to do the mathematics and the equation, and you have to experience it in a state of energy. And some places you can't even take your body, but yet there is realm there. It's just that you can't perceive it with your senses.
Huh. So you're kind of saying like there's like I remember learning a lesson in this Bible. I'll use the Bible where it said there's a veil that was lifted over our eyes to where we can't see the spirit realm, right? But it's amongst us, or there's other dimensions. Also, the
Just like
same thing with light. Our eyes can't pick up all these different spectrums of light. So there's other spectrums in front of us, but we just can't see it.
yeah, and you can experience them. And when the veil's removed, you will witness them. But the ideal is the same in like Enoch, where it talks about the layers of heaven that are above us, um, such as the firmament and the various layers of what are considered to be the heavenly realms and the stations of the, well, you've got the luminaries here, but then you've got what would be considered entities, heavenly bodies in various states above that. And even with the ideal of what we consider to be tangible and physical plane of existence, there is still an interactive extension to that. It's where the physical and the spiritual, but spiritual being just beyond perception. You know, it's not anything magical. It's just not within our visible spectrum. And it's still fully interaction, and it's still filled with the same type of life force that we experience here, just a different state. There's hypergeometry in everything, and all that hypergeometry are stations of the unseen existence of those planes, which makes them provable and relevant.
So hypergeometry is like the 5 platonic solids too, right? That's when you're getting into.
Well, it's the mathematics that's unseen that lies within platonic solids that creates the platonic solid to be what it is. From its state, which is a finite state of basically perceived tangibility, you have all the equations that are unseen that lies within it, such as the tree of life with the vesica Pisces that's unseen, or the infinite design of divine proportion that lies in a pentagram that allows it to fractalize infinitely.
What happened?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm here. I'm just reading the chat.
I was wondering. It just stopped. I was like, what? What happened?
No, I was just reading the chat. Apparently, AKA gets it.
So I was looking in when you had told me the platonic solids. You know, I'm pretty what's the word I'm looking for?
And those are
Well,
all
I'm pretty,
subatomic particle solids too.
when it comes to sacred geometry, man.
Excuse me.
Ooh, that was weird. Son touched my leg. I thought it was my cat. She's not there. That was weird, man. Son grabbed my leg for sure.
Welcome to my world.
These phones, man. I'm telling you, these phones, they opening up portals and stuff.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
What were you saying, London? We were having a real good build at London's this morning, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was good stuff over there earlier, man. Definitely. Yeah, salute. Thanks for coming over.
What you've been working on lately, London? I hadn't been by for a while.
Just the same old stuff. The eyes. I ain't budging from the eyes at the moment, so it's the eyes as well as the lenses.
Yeah, that's why when you started getting into the metaphysical aspect of it, I thought you were going to take a broader directive with that. But you know, the just check out the concept of hyper or quantum dimensional math, which lies within the structure of not only what you're doing with the research of the eye and the reflective nature of things and how one quantizes the other, but that which lies within the structure of what you're studying that is unseen and proportionate behind. And that's the key to unlocking the whole of the nature of this realm.
You got a link for any of those things?
Do what?
You got a link for me to watch?
I could explain it to you, but I only put crumbs into information anymore. I retain a lot of information and I don't give it out freely at all anymore. But if you get into one of my live streams or you happen to see me live, I don't mind speaking on it on my channel. But outside of it, I'm not going to get in an argument or contend with anybody. And as far as the link, just put in hyperdimensional math or quantized math.
Hyperdimensional math.
And then it will allow you to see the geometry behind what you're actually physically looking at. So even the reflective nature and fractal form of what you're observing with the eye concept and the fact that it has a reflective imagery to it there's code, there's mathematic equations unseen behind that create a derivative for the whole, because that eye has to be embodied by the whole. It doesn't stand alone as a proprietary state of existence. It's a part of the entire fractal nature of things. It's just that you can't perceive them because our spectrum of visibility is finite.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you get past that, you start reading the equations, and then all of it will start taking structure. Once it takes structure, then you can perceive the different stations and the development of those particular dimensions and forms in the whole, not just a fractal.
You see how this in the equidistant projection, it shows they got the little maps at the bottom where it shows how the local sun shines its light. And even the military use this map. Even the military will teaches that, if you look into missiles and radar and lasers, none of that is possible on a curved ball. It has to be a flat plane for it to work. Even a mountain will get in the way, obviously, if you're shooting, like even radar. They teach in the military, it's all over a plane. So I never forget my grandpa telling me that we're on a flat plane, and I used to think he lost his rocker because he had a stroke. But I would forget he was in the Navy for a long time, in the Korean War and stuff. So,
well, there's an interesting parable if you want to take a we'll just use Christianity as a quick one because each philosophy and religion and indoctrination has their own version of it. Whenever the Son of God was walking on water, that gives you a view and a look inside of the fact that there are potentials that are unseen, which would make the unsolidifiable, such as water, solidifiable. Or you become quantized to where it becomes solidifiable, which you can walk on, as opposed to being something that is going to be unsolidified that you would sink in. And that's the same with the outer realms and the bounds of the outer realms. And as much as they exist inside of you, such as the chat here says, they also exist outside of you. And once you start observing what I call the language of creation, or the signature of the creator, you can do the equations on it because everything is basically derived from math, especially the creation itself. And you can start understanding how to interact with solidified and unsolidified states of being. But anyhow, if you just start studying hyperdimensional and quantized mathematics within the periodic solids, you'll catch on. It's hard to visualize in your head until you've actually endeavored into it, and you start reading instead of just the observation of the state of things. You start reading the mathematics and equations of things that aren't seen, which are present within that equation.
Got you. But how long you been into it for?
Many, many years.
Yeah.
I'm interested in frequencies too, man. Like you are, like frequencies, light, frequencies. I think a lot of people, like flat earthers that look into the stars and stuff, they forget that the stars wouldn't exist without a frequency. They talk about how they make stars in a jar, and they say it has to do with they mention everything but the actual frequency, which creates the chemical and it has to do with the frequency.
Well, there's tangible frequency and there's intangible frequency by state of matter. There are certain frequencies that are unseen, which are not as solidified, but then there's also the same frequency that creates matter into substance, such as a TV or a bookshelf or a blanket. It is solidified within matter, a frequency, an equation, and a vibration. And it's energy and frequency that creates matter into the state that it becomes. Thus, you can use the speaker in the sand to see that sound can solidify into matter. Vibration solidifies into matter. Frequency solidifies into matter. And then once you go beyond that, you're getting in states of matter and frequency that are unobservable because we can't see in that spectrum. And
what is that?
Just outside of the whatever your human ability to observe visually, such as our visual range, and then you go into your infrared, and then you start getting into X-rays and various frequencies that aren't observable by our physical capabilities, because we're finite in our ability to see, feel, and interact is very very small compared to what is actually available. It's just understanding to be able to adjust your frequency to match the frequency beyond the spectrum of what we're actually capable of just naturally perceiving, our spectrum range.
Well, that's what they well, it's funny you say that, you know. Yeah, it excuse me, it then goes to a frequency which we can't see, which could be, like you said, infrared or X-ray or whatever the case may be, right? Because that's the same imagery they present to us when they show us space, right? The X-ray and the infrared, right? But when they show me these pictures, it always looks like a part of the upper room they're showing me, but it's always in infrared or X-ray.
Yeah, the whole of the matter. You're starting to see, you know, you're starting to see the embodiment of the infinite solidified. That's why they can only grasp a spectrum of it, but the measurement has an equation that is either going to be within platonic or it's going to be infinite, which is divine proportion. The human body's made up the same way. You're in an electric living universe.
Yeah, magnetism has a lot to play with it as well.
Yes, electromagnetic biosphere, that's what they use to our bodies for at this point in time to transmit mostly Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals. That's why we all have a MAC address.
Hey, faceplant. I'm
nice
hoping.
word salad.
I'm hoping when these people go to so-called Antarctica that they're smart enough to take a compass to see what direction they're really going, and I hope they're smart enough to take a compass. Yeah, but I also hope they see a sun in front of them and behind them, because if that's the case, it'll really prove that there's more land. I think it's an infinite plane. I've always thought that. I started thinking that 8 years ago, because
Well, what if the sun that you're hoping that they'll see is just out of spectrum? What if it's there and the mathematics can prove that it's there, but it's out of visual spectrum?
that could be. Or I've also thought that people think the sun is inside of what if the sun is a light coming? What if the dome is like some sort of like a lens, and the sun that we see isn't solid, it's a reflection, you know, of the light outside. There's just many possibilities.
Yeah. Well, I would carry on. Yeah, I'd carry on, Charles. But nice word salad. I hope you got some information out of that London that will allow the metaphysical, the unperceived, and the perceived state of things.
I liked when you tied it in with the stuff that's unseen, right? Because and then we tied it into the infrared with the X-ray stuff. Because like I said, that's what they've been showing me of lately. The X-ray and infrared. That's all they've been showing me when they're showing.
So
us.
take it a step further. What
No,
about
well, the thing
Vietnam?
is
In Vietnam, those glasses that allowed them to see the infrared, and they were seeing demonic things in the sky, and people thought they were on acid, but these people didn't take any acid. These glasses the military invented allowed them to see a spectrum that we can't see with our eyes.
Well, they were doing that with the Lucifer telescope until they shut it down, the one that the Vatican owns here in the States.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were recording all kinds of interesting phenomena. And anytime that you put a particular curve to a lens, you can pick up different spectrums. And with the various angles, allows you to see at various spectrums. And the lighting that you apply to it too.
Huh.
Mic check.
Hey, Faceplant, we hear you.
Yeah, that Lucifer telescope, apparently it has concave lenses.
Yep.
When most telescopes have convex lenses. So it sees something different. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on it, man. I just got a little dismayed at word salad. You know, when you use words like word salad in the chat, that tells me that that's where your mind stops and you're incapable of interpreting anything beyond that.
It's not about me, accent.
Oh, no, I was just
me.
saying it's a state. It's a state of measurement. You know, once you start
Oh man.
In the chat.
You're both Borgin. You're both Borgin. It's not gonna work. You're both Borgin.
Like I'm.
You're Borgin. You're Borgin. It's not working.
I'm on mute up.
No, you're okay now, but Faceplant is Borgin. You both was to begin with, but now just Faceplant. It's gone now. Well, you can try it now. It might work.
Yeah. Try it, Faceplant.
What's this? Where'd you get this from?
I'm looking at these maps, and this popped up, the Third Galactic Republic, and I'm trying to get a better version of it. I don't. It says. It says it was deleted. Like, why? Who would do something like that? Yeah, this intergalactic stuff. Very interesting. These outer land.
Even like this picture you got here, right? I've got a picture very similar, but on my ones they're labeled different, and it's called the sagittal, the sagittal arm, right? But in the eye already, there's a sagittal part as well, right? And then we started.
That's a composite image, right? That's not a photo or anything. It's just a composite image or CGI, right?
Yeah, it's made up. Go ahead, London.
Yeah,
I think London was saying something.
When they show us the Milky Way, like with the swirl, right? They always put the sagittal arms, the sagittal region, right? But there's on some of the old Islamic maps what we was looking at as well, when they had kind of the same picture, the sagittal region within the eye as well. And then there was other parts within the picture like this, and it was referring to the air, right? The air, like the cochlea. So it's like when I was saying to you earlier, a second ago, when Access was talking about the X-ray and infrared and stuff like that. Not too long ago, they showed me another image of the Crab Nebula, right? The nebulas. Now, when they present you the nebulas, they're all in X-ray, high HD, whatever it is, infrared and all that stuff. But it looks exactly like an eye, right? But if no one wouldn't tell you that was an eye, you would just think it's some fancy stuff out in space what they're showing us. Right, and that exactly what you just showed a second ago. Like, let me
What,
see.
this?
No, yeah, that one.
I
It
got
reminds
another one too I just uploaded. This one says, this one is the Galactic Empire. This one's a little
Let me
different.
see if I can get mine. 1 second.
Here, this is the other one I got.
Let me see. 1 second. Let me see. Okay, that looks like the other version of Pangea, but the other way, mirrored. Other way. Oh, where did it come?
I would love to create some sort of a thing to see the spectrum we can't see with our eyes.
Where's this thing hiding? 1 second. Oh, yeah, here we are. Show you something real quick.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, tell me if it works, if you can see on your end.
Alright, hold on. Yep.
All right, cool. You see what I'm talking about with the
Oh
spiral,
shit, yeah.
right? With the spiral, but then when you come down
Let
here,
me take this off. Boop.
you got the Sagittarius arm, right? And then this part over here, we connected this part to do with a region of the air, right? Something to do with the air. So I was saying, when we're looking down at this, could we be looking at it in stages? Like, imagine an X-ray image of somebody, but you're looking down into their eye. So this would be the whole front of the face. This is the eye over here. When you go through the body, like if you look through their head like an X-ray, you might see something to do with the air over here, connection like a vein, I don't know, something that connects to do with the air. But this right here, right, look, when you see this, Sagittarius arms, right? Where was I? I went over, we was looking at this as well,
Kind of
right?
reminds me of like a hurricane, or it reminds me of that. It's got the vortex spin to it, the serpent energy,
No.
but
Right here,
more or less the what's that word I'm looking for? What the shit, I forgot what it's called.
you see this part down here though, right? The sagittal section, right? Again, of the eye, right? Right, the sagittal section. Again. Oh, what happened there?
We are the apple of God's eye, Candy says.
Oh, hold on. Did the picture just stay there, or was it changing?
I wasn't
Did you-
paying attention. Truthfully.
Alright, don't worry about it.
London's like, you're never paying attention.
Yeah, don't even worry about that. But yeah, no, Access, respect for that, man. You kind of brought me on something, so yeah, respect to that. I need to get some food popping. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here and make some food, man. I'm super hungry.
Alright, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for coming through.
Peace out, everyone. Bless up.
Peace. Yeah, London's been going a minute. He started early too. It was what, 7 o'clock here in the morning? So fuck, that means it was 1 o'clock over there. So now it's gotta be eight or 9 over there. It's been going 8 hours. Yeah, it's sad, Kimba. And not only do they wear out streams and disrespect, they disrespect the people on the streams, you know? So, you know, like I said a million times, I know people have disagreements or see things different, but when you start attacking people, pressing their buttons, man, that's childish and disrespectful at the same time. And I'm not going to hesitate to, I was being nice before, and people took advantage of it, but now I will snipe you out of here and time you out for 16 weeks. And I'm letting people know now, so when it happens, they can't be mad at me. I said it. And, you know, like when Dean was mad that day,
Yeah, I tried to be as passive and nice as I could, man.
True Song, what up? Like I don't know, like like I'll use True Song since he's here. Like True Song see things his way, and I don't agree, but you don't see me and True Song jumping at each other's necks and you know, disrespecting each other. We've been cool every time, but other people seem to take things to the heart. I mean,
Well, Charles, I want you to look at this, man. And I'm serious. Look at this. When you've been to my channel and my platform, have you ever been attacked or disrespected?
never. Utmost
How many
respect.
times have I come to your channel and immediately been attacked to the point where you couldn't even speak any type of intelligent or intellectual language? It was
Twice.
just chaotic.
Twice, because one time was them people, and then the second time,
You remember the very first time I showed up on your panel?
yeah,
I was attacked the very first time, unmercifully.
yeah. Well, things have changed since then.
And then this last one that Dean done, he went after my character and my channel, and it affected me as as a content creator and a platform operator. You know, I let it go at your channel and walked away from it and was going to leave it at that. But he carried on. I haven't engaged because I'm not going to feed energy, but it did. He went after my character and my platform. And I've been on panel with him since then, here. I never said a word.
Dean apologized the last time he was up for that.
Yeah, but it still doesn't repair the damage, is what I'm saying. Is these people don't realize when you attack a content creator and you do damage to them, you know, you lose subscribers, you lose credibility, and their cult of personality that follows them around starts spreading shit, and it just turns into a fiasco for a content creator. But if you don't have a channel and you're just a chatter, it doesn't affect you at all. You can go around being this big of a dick as you want to be. But I have, you know, a kind of a persona that I try to project and maintain. So I have to condition myself to take the bullshit and the insults, because if I start attacking back, that's going to make me look even worse as a content creator, even further than what damage people do.
Right. Like, I'm all for people disagreeing. That's fine. But I just don't get, like, it's like, you know, I said people don't even take time to get to know you, Axis, and probably other people. You know,
that's why I don't share deep information.
I shouldn't have to deal with it because we're all adults. But I guess people can't handle differences, or, you know, I don't know.
Well,
What's good, Chuck? What's good, panel?
Hey,
what's goody? Yeah, me and Naga did a 5-hour panel on my channel last night, man. Everything went good.
Yeah, I had Naga on.
I got the video on.
I had Naga on this week, man. We did I think we did about 3 hours. It was good.
Yeah, he a real dude, because I shouted Chuck out too. I said, man, Chuck 100 too. That's why I told Naga on my panel last night. I said, Chuck always been 100. So he always been real. You can't find that everywhere, man.
No.
And we had a real deep conversation about, you know, indigenous people, man. It was real deep. I learned a lot from him last night, because I don't know it all, man. So that's why sometimes I just like to listen, and like I like to have, like, listen to people's different, like, perspectives, and like taking new knowledge, because we all still learning, you know. That's why I say I think sometimes
you always learn.
Right. I think sometimes we just it's certain things that we don't know, and then when somebody might hear something new and it might come off the wrong way. I don't know. Well, yeah, shout out to everybody, man.
You know,
from Haiti, I think.
Yeah, he's a knowledge base, man. He's a powerhouse as far as his conviction. I definitely agree with that. He's convicted, and he's not one to throw a fit on you. You know, he'll sit and talk to you for 3 or 4 hours, and you know, he's still holding his ground firm without an argument. And I like that. That's cool, man. That's the way it should be if you have a dispute. Give the best that you can of the information you got and stand on it if you're convicted by it.
Hey, Charles, I was going to ask you, bro, whenever you're not busy, man, because I know you do your panels like early in the morning, you can come over to my channel, man. We can do something over there, man.
I just turned the bell on to make sure. I could have sworn I put it on. Sometimes when I turn the bell on people's channels, it still don't give me the alert. YouTube
I'll just text you. I'll text you before I do a panel again. You can pull up, man. Come over there. We can get something going.
Because maybe there's something I don't know. Like, I'm always interested in Aboriginal culture and or Indian, or there's a lot of different labels, but I'll say Aboriginal. I'm always interested in that culture, man. Because being one with Mother Earth, I think is the true way to go, man.
Right. I had somebody on there from Brazil last night. She's from Brazil, and she wanted to chime in on it. And then Naga had brought a few of his people with him, so it was a good experience. Good experience because we was talking about like all the wars that were fought. He was telling me about how Haitians came here to protect the motherland from invaders, and that's stuff that I didn't know, and it was real interesting.
What do you think of this, Truth Zone? I think that the what they're doing with technology and woke culture and the way they're building up a technocracy is, I think, and feel that our cultures, our heritage cultures, and what they have to offer is going to be basically sacrificed to the digital age and the computer age, and you're going to lose that rich heritage.
Now, you said lose our heritage via technocracy and thugocracy, and like via a plutocracy. No,
Yeah,
they've been trying since they invaded. I don't see that happening. I do see like transhumanism going on because somebody had mentioned last night by 2030 it's going to be a lot of test tube babies, but those are just claims.
It almost happened though, True Zone, because of the out of Africa theory. They almost literally write people out of history, man. That's a conqueror's theory.
Aztec, Mayan, Inca, Babylonian, Sumerian.
All those people. But they killed us on. We got paper genocided. They killed us on paper because everything, like I said before, everything they do is contractual. Everything they do is a contract. Just like with our birth certificate is a contract, Social Security is a contract. Because this is a plutocracy being ran by aristocrats. So everything they do is on paper, and that makes it fraudulent. Even then, this whole system is fraud. So they had to kill us on paper. They couldn't. We multiplied. They tried to kill us. We fought. We beat their ass in a physical war. But then you gotta think it's a psychological warfare that's still being fought. The shooting war subsided, and now it's more on the lines of a psychological warfare that everybody's involved in. They put everybody in that box, you know. But like I was telling Naga last night, when say Russia and the United States fight with each other, so-called wars, they fight proxy wars. So they take smaller groups to fight against to do their dirty bidding for them. It was the same thing these aristocrats did, these demons did. They had proxy wars against us. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, it's by proxy that other nations fight the bigger nations' wars, and then they'll manipulate, basically, even geographically or politically, landscapes and settings, and then you create cultural divides and cultural mixings. And what you have in the United States, which I don't consider outside of the Native American Western culture, is basically a melting pot of whatever goes as far as the LGBTQ and the transhumanism now, as opposed to what we used to stand for, which was freedom, liberty, justice, freedom of speech, equality. Yeah.
Right. When they wrote these fraud, because like I said, the Constitution is a fraudulent contract. So when they came out with like Jim Crow, and they said
the Constitution, like the Second Amendment, means you could bear arms, whatever. Let's say it does mean weapons, right? They altered it. You're not supposed to alter it. You're supposed to be able to bear arms regardless, but they keep stemming off of these laws and altering them.
Right. They never uphold. You can't trust this government because they don't uphold no treaties, like the Treaty of Versailles, the Treaty of Verona, all these different treaties that we made with them, even the treaties they made with everybody else, they don't uphold them because these are pirates. So any treaty and contract they ever draw up, they end up tearing it up. Just like the Constitution. The Constitution being got ripped up and threw in the goddamn toilet.
It's crazy.
It's just they still carrying on as business as usual, and it's not business as usual. It's over. They only got 6 minutes left on the clock, on the Gregorian clock. Because you go look at that what's it called, that doomsday clock. They only got 6 minutes left. Their time is up.
Maybe all of our time's up. Maybe that's when it hits midnight. That's when they're gonna do the reset, or maybe that's when the natural reset happens. It could be a natural reset, and they know that when it's gonna happen. They know because they got they just know, and they go underground, and that's when it all ends. They come out. When God allegedly flooded the earth, that could have been a natural event with the plasma and shit. And they go underground like the worms they are.
Right. The book of Revelations is their own demise. They wrote because they know it's their time is up because it's a new sun cycle, and then the Earth's magnetic poles are shifting. And they know and they know the Christ conscious is returning. We the Christ are returning consciously. So they know because they can't ascend to the fifth dimension. This is why they heavily indulge in eugenics and try to gene and splice our genetics with theirs because they can't ascend. They had a 6,000 year purification period, and then they had a 24,000 year purification period. That shit's over with.
I'm gonna do a video on. Well, I did videos on underground maps. I found this map that allegedly it says that there's allegedly these Mach 10 trains underground that connect all the continents under the oceans and everything. And they got boring machines by galore. And I also think the ancestors already had underground tech. They already were well versed in electromagnetic energy, free energy. Tesla didn't invent that. I think the ancestors were
right, Chuck. Me and Naga was talking about that. This is what they did. Like in Kemet, you got Nubians, dark complected beings that ran Kemet. Kemet is ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is this American continent. So the technology we had, Smiths they took it. They act like it's theirs, like the light bulb. Thomas Edison made the light bulb. All he did, he was a Mason. All he did was go to the Vatican and go to the basement and read through those books, all that knowledge that we had. And they act like they the ones that made this shit. No, we had this shit 10,000 years ago. All the technology they have now, like power lines, we had this shit 20,000 years ago in Kemet. I say this all the time. Only thing they do is just take it and act like it's theirs. Because we was a type 2 civilization. They make us seem like we just dumb and we had to go through evolution and all this other nonsense. Nah, they don't know. We know more than them. Like I said, me and Naga was saying, we gave them the game. We gave them the knowledge. We gave them the intellect. They used to learn from us, but they switched everything around and made it seem like they the ones that's been running this shit the whole time. No, because if that's the case, they haven't been here. They haven't been here that long. They just a small dot on our timeline.
I'm going to do videos on these cave systems. I watched this channel where this guy, I think it's his daughter, and they go underground like deep in these caves. And one cave system they were in, it looked like the intestines of a titan. Like the stagnites and all that, I think are created from the intestines, because a lot of the environment with these stagnite, I think that's what their name, stagnites are, that hang. They look like slime and they harden up. It looks like the inside of an intestines from the titans. And some of these underground caves are man-made because natural so-called caves, don't make straight leveled walls, and they're all over the place underground. These level walls, and they're caves because they're probably caved in from these events that happen. These buildings that we call it underground, but maybe back then they weren't underground.
Man, they gonna die in them. They gonna die in them caves too. When these magnetic poles start to shift and thousands of earthquakes happen every year, millions of earthquakes start happening in a year, they gonna die right in them caves. We gonna be going to their bunkers and blowing the damn doors off from getting their asses up out of there.
The best bet is to just cover the ventilation holes, but they got machines, but I don't know. I'm sick and tired of these fucking stuff. I just want to live in peace, and I want the children to be able to grow up and not go through everything we did, man. Just live in peace. I'm not saying where there won't be no mistakes or anything, because I get that's a major part of learning in life is making mistakes, but cutting the trees down and fishing all the fish out of the ocean and just complete disrespect to Mother
They,
Earth.
man, they
She's out of
barbaric.
whack.
Chuck, these beings, they are barbaric, and and they have animalistic traits. They have animalistic mannerisms. They don't sync with nature. They go against nature. So this is why they do all this destruction, because this is what they do. They've been doing this thousands of years, but they time is
Sometimes
up.
I think, what if I was made in the lab, my family genetics? That would suck, but I would accept it and just know that I'm nothing like those people, man.
It's about spirit. It's about spirit, man. Your spirit is electric. Your soul is magnetism. So it's all about spirit. You don't have that type of spirit to be able to do the things they do. You have to have no. They don't have no soul. I don't even think they have spirit, man. These are empty vessels, man. These are soulless beings, man. That came to rape, rob, and pillage the earth, man. This planet, man. This planet with this realm, like what we want to call it. And they've been doing this all this time, and that's why I said, that's what I was telling Naga last night. It's like a bad tenant that know they gotta go. They're gonna hurry up and fuck everything up before they get kicked out.
Everybody get evicted. Huh.
Yeah,
That's why they gotta build all these weapons, man. And then people are blind, and they blindly join this military and think they're fighting a good fight, but they're just occupying lands and slaughtering people. There's no good fight in it, man. That's the illusion.
Right, man. Yeah, that's one of the biggest illusions, fam. That they fighting against each other. They fighting these World War I's and World War II's. The first World War was the war when they came here and invaded 16,000 years ago. You can say the Second World War was 1492. The Third World War is psychological warfare. All these wars already. It wasn't no Germany versus United States, and that's asinine. That's an oxymoron on it in itself. You see how they play with our intelligence? They insult our intelligence on every level. You got to be a fool to believe in any of this nonsense.
Look at this, T-Zone. I found some pictures of these I don't know what to call them, solar death rays or mirrors, but these, I think this thing's reflecting sunlight, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but it's that, and I found this picture of this guy built this thing. I don't know what that is. It looks like one of the sun simulator panels, right?
They do. Like the Batman signal thing they had in Gotham City.
Oh shit! Let me look up simulator, man, because and it said it had 9 lasers on it. That's interesting. I think their plan is to do some fake return of these gods like Jesus and stuff with holograms and large speakers and earthquakes and whip up tornadoes with their technology. I think they're well versed in controlling weather too, and they have been for a long time with HARP and all that tech they have.
Yeah, I agree with them. I agree with them. I agree with you when you say that they're gonna put a Messiah in the sky, and majority of the juiced, the jabbed masses are gonna believe it. We gonna be the ones on the outside looking in, like, man, look at this shit, man. God damn, look at this shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, but who knows? I even think earthquakes are man-made. I don't think there's no tectonic plates sliding underground. I think either A, these earthquakes were created when the Bohr machines were chopping rock, or it's created by the same Tesla invention that he accidentally, allegedly created an earthquake machine with an oscillator, I think.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but for me, it's just like I say this all the time. This planet Kai Tiamat, it's a living organism, just like me and you. When we get a cold or something that's on us that's inorganic to our physiology and to our anatomy, what we do? What do our immune system do? We shake it off like a bad cold. We shake it off real bad. So the Earth, I believe, the Earth is more intelligent than any of us combined. So the Earth knows it has to shake this shit off. All this inorganic shit that's on this plane of existence is inside of this realm. The Earth knows it has to shake. Like, it shakes, it wobbles itself. Get the fuck off me. You gotta think this shit. They inorganic. They don't belong here. They never did. Because if they did, Why are they doing all this? Why are they doing all this shit going against nature? So that's why I wholeheartedly, I do believe in some man-made earthquakes. Like I do believe they got like they shooting off nuclear bombs, plutonium bombs on the ground and making it shake. But then I do believe that nature is fighting back against them too, because they fighting against the sun, they fighting against us, they fighting against nature, they fighting multiple wars on different fronts. They fighting a spiritual war.
Yeah. Oh man, where'd that go to me? I gotta dig through this picture. But I was going through videos and I found this picture in this Instagram post, and if I'm not mistaken, the guy was speaking on I think this was he was in an airplane in the 90s or something. It could be a little later than that, 99, 2000, but he recorded the sun, which is awesome because it's proof that people say, oh, the sun's always been like this. No way, man. No way. I remember growing up in the 80s and 90s. The sun was definitely not white, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that sun.
You can't even look at the sun. It hurts my eyes, man, to look at that fake white sun. There's something different about it.
Yeah, that's not the same sun that was here 20 years ago. I agree with that. I say that all the time. Yeah, like you're right. The sun did used to be yellow. Now it's putting off a different light spectrum. Like it's totally white. And I believe they do, because that sun's a simulator. That's not our real sun anyway. Just like that's not our real moon. We ain't had a real moon here in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. Our original moon was called Chesney, something like that, along those lines. And that sun's a simulator.
Look at this shit. Now this is what I mean by when they be like, oh, we invented. No, they're re-putting stuff out that's already been invented. Just like I'm gonna find the pictures of this electric car factory in Hartford, Connecticut in the 1890s to 1920s, and it closed down when the war started. But yeah, these electric cars all already been invented and been put out, and
yeah, man, we had that's why I say it all the time, bro. I say it all the time, fam. That, we had ain't nothing new under this firmament dome, man. We had this shit 20,000 years ago. That's why I said we was a type 2 civilization back during Atlantis on Atlantis. We had flying cars. It was like some Jetson type shit that we had. This stuff right here, this is like baby food here. The shit with the technology we got now, they baby feed us this technology. You gotta think, this is extraterrestrial technology too. Some of this stuff from the what's it called, the Greys, those big headed aliens. So they speak because the government, Eisenhower made a pact with some of these extraterrestrials. Technology in exchange for human bodies, for kids too. This is why human trafficking goes on at the highest level of government.
That's some wild shit, man.
Yeah, they've been in cahoots with working in tandem with these extraterrestrials in exchange for this technology we have. But then again, we already had these type of cars 2,000 years ago. It's just after every reset, they give it to us like it's new technology, but it's already been here. They got all this shit stashed in the basement of the Vatican. Anytime they want to come out with something new, they go to the basement of the Vatican and they get those books. They go through those books and everything's there.
Imagine what's written in the books left behind by these tall giants that were 12 and 14 feet. Look into the Patagonian tribe. I know Magellan talks about them, but Magellan might not be a real person. But anyway, I think a lot of these characters in these history books were either altered from a real person. They changed the name and everything to give one of their people's credit. I mean, they like to rewrite stuff and write people out. And same thing with the German people. They changed the name to Germans when it was Deutschland. Then they changed it to Germany. So if you don't know the true history of the land and the names that were changed, then yeah, they could easily write people out.
Right, man. That's what it's all about, man. This is why in ancient Kemet they shot all the noses off. Because Aborigines, I got a big nose, I got big lips. Because if you go back and look at all those pictures, all those pharaohs, all those monuments, they shot the damn noses off, trying to hide who the hell was here. Because you pull up a picture of ancient Kemet, one of those pharaohs that was next to a pyramid, they had a big ass nose like me, and they chopped the nose off.
All right. I just found two. These are just two pictures I just managed to find on the internet that I'm going to show for evidence of these underground caves being more than just fucking natural holes in the ground, right? And I know people disagree with me, and that's fine, but I just managed to stumble on these pictures, and as far as I know, natural walls don't get that level. This looks like a ceiling that was in some sort of something, and then it filled in somehow, or the alleged mud flood happened, or there was, like people say, a pole shift, or the plasma apocalypse, or whatever people want to call it. Because I think if we're in an enclosed system, right, and all these gases build up, gases are also a conductor for electricity, right? Flammable gases. So let's say the plasma, the gases build up. The plasma could use these gases for I'm going to say conductor, or more like a highway to the ground. It'll be able to travel to the ground, because they're using the gases. If you get what I'm saying, it'll be like putting a bunch of electric wires to the sun, and the sun's energy will travel through it, the electric, right?
Right.
If that makes any sense. Or the salt in water is a conductor of energy, right? Electricity, energy. The oceans are actual conductors of energy, and I think that's why a lot of these waves, or let me not say waves, but the air is very violent on the ocean, because that's where the energy is traveling, the electromagnetic energy over the oceans, right? It's a highway for energy because of the salt. So I think the gases and the metals that they're spraying, and all these gases build up there, it's going to become a highway for the plasma, and that's why they said the sky was falling and a lot of this stuff. I think it's like a natural event that just happens. And these people know it, so they hide underground, and they don't tell anyone about it, because that means it's more for them and less for us. Imagine knowing this stuff happens, and you're just evil, and you're like, we could use this to our advantage. We just won't tell anyone. We'll disappear underground, and wipe them out, and we'll come out, and we'll make new laboratory slaves again.
Right.
Like anything possible.
They got highways and portals leading into inner Earth, and they got those domes, those deep underground military bases too, that stretches millions and millions of acres underground. But they got extraterrestrials on the ground too, and they do a lot of cloning, a lot of gene splicing underground, and they got a lot of different beings down there with them from different star constellations that they brought back here with them. This is why they keep the sky cloaked with those fake clouds, because you gotta think those are spaceships being cloaked. They doing a lot. It's a lot of traffic and commerce coming.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm glad you brought that up. I was saying that's what I think. And if they're bringing like simulators and everything up there to keep it a secret, and a lot of, I think they're probably practicing driving UFOs to maybe, because they got the Space Force now. So maybe they're practicing where people can't see up there, and they're getting ready to do their.
Right, this is galactic, man. This is galactic, man. People get they get it misconstrued with this physical shit, man. This is some real galactic, cosmic shit, man. Yeah, this spiritual war, man. They keeping that damn sky covered up. It's commerce, man. Just like how we drive to and from work, bunch of stuff on the highways. It's the same thing with them. It's commerce. The moon, it's a portal that goes from Arizona to the moon. to the dark side of the moon. Because the moon's a UFO too. It's one big spaceship too. That's why you see the moon and the sun at the sky at the same time. Because they drive the moon everywhere around in the side. They do. They drive that moon around, man. It's a celestial. It's an artificial celestial body, man.
I wonder. I don't think the moon's solid at all. Like people say, the dark side of the moon, and there's bases up there.
It is.
I think I see through the moon. You could see through the moon.
Right. The moon is translucent. You're right. Yeah. It's translucent, but as above, so below. Just like I was telling my dad that, just like in cities and constructs down here, it's like that on the dark side of the moon. Because you look at the geographical landmass of the planet of what is round, and you look at the moon, it matches. So that means that tells us that moon is artificial, and they orchestrated that moon. Whoever built that moon, they designed it to look just like this plane of existence, of the geographical landmass. Different life.
My bad, I mean to interrupt you, but it's a good point.
Yeah. As above, so below. You got different beings that live behind that moon. Ashtar Command. That's why I was telling Naga that last night. Hitler worked in tandem with Ashtar Command because he wanted to facilitate a brand new race, the blonde hair and blue eyes. Those are Pleiades. That Ashtar Command.
My father had blue eyes and blonde hair, but for some reason my eyes came out. They're light brown when I look into the sun, and then they're real dark when I'm not looking into the light, which is weird. But I don't know why I didn't get blonde hair and light eyes, but
yeah, those beings. That's what I'm saying. You got all type of different beings here. People looking at the sky for aliens to come down. They already here. You got all type of different beings. The blind hair and blue eyes, those are the Pleiadians. Those are different type of beings. You got the Kenthays, those are different type of beings. You got new beings, melanated beings, all type of different beings walking around here. You got reptilian hybrids walking around here that shapeshift, and you're gonna start seeing more and more of them come to fruition. The more the veil dematerializes, and the ozone layer is gone.
Africans, right? Let's say the darker African people, right? Because there's so-called white African, whatever color, but darker African, their skulls are shaped different from. I'll say the Aboriginal darker people here. Their skulls are shaped different. You could tell. Like, I remember when there's a few racist people that lived, and they would say all black people look the same, or stupid fucking comments people would make, and me, I had a loud mouth back then, but like that ain't true, because like I don't get where people get this stuff. But yeah, when you said people have different genetics, that's what I'm getting to.
Right. People, I don't cut you off, big fam, but people get people say races. No, this is just science and neurology and biology and chemistry we're dealing with. World-renowned scientists study this stuff. So I'm saying it's different beings.
The problem with people, though, Truth Zone, is this newer generations, man. They're taught this is racist, that's racist. When I was younger, man, like remember I was speaking on the hot comb that day. I know people were like, "Oh man, Chuck, that's some racist shit, bro." But me and my friends, that's normal. We can talk to each other without some dumb racist shit being brought up. It's just what it is. They use their hair's different. I mean, that's not racist comments.
Right.
And I said I was laughing at my friend when he would get burnt with it. Man, we used to roast each other so hard. And I'm glad for that because it makes you stronger. Nowadays, people are weak. Everything's racist. Everything bothers people. It's like,
why, Chuck? You know why, Chuck? Because these people don't do no studying. They don't do no research. That's why I'm trying to tell Dog yesterday, the other day on the panel. You have to study neurology, biology, science. This is chemistry. That's why I said world-renowned scientists study this stuff. They know the human anatomy and physiology better than we do. So I'm saying you got different grafted beings walking around here. You got dark-complected beings. You got pale beings. You got the Kenthays. Those are different type of beings.
For sure. Well,
this is a cosmic. People talk about the universe all the time. This is a cosmic community. So of course you're gonna have different type of beings walking around this realm.
What about the ribs? Somebody said black people got a different rib structure than so-called white people. How true is that?
Yeah, that's true. Our genetic makeup, our anatomy is different from everybody else's because that's why I said if you look at the etymology for Aboriginal, that means first people. We were the first creation, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not taking nothing away from nobody else. I love all humans. I love everybody, man. It's just we dealing with these things, man. It might sound like a hate speech sometimes, but our anatomies are different. This is why we jump higher. This is why we run
But that's
faster.
why they created racism. So when topics are brought up like that, pluck certain strings, like certain feelings in people, and that's why it was designed to do just that. And people can't even have conversations because those programs were uploaded into their mind. So when people
Right.
say certain things, it catches their feelings. That's what it's doing. What it's designed to do.
Right. Facts, fam. And this is why Fools and Tools just said this is why they don't teach truth, science, biology, and nature. Yeah, this is nature and biology we dealing with because we sync with nature. Because if I look at my hair and I look at a tree outside, I match nature because we the original creation. And that's not going over nobody's head. That's not saying I'm better than anybody. That's real history. That's real science we dealing with. All world-renowned scientists, they know these things. The people that brought this program, so-called Matrix to fruition, they know these things. They know it.
What's his name? Yakub, right? The maker and creator of the devil, swine merchant. Nah, that's on the double album of Wu-Tang. But Yakub might have been a scientist that was messing with genetics, man. Like it's a strong possibility. I used to down that stuff, but maybe he did mess with genetics and created a different.
It wasn't necessarily him, Chuck, because I don't buy that story no more. I think it was extraterrestrials playing with genetics and gene splicing. Because, like I told you,
you ever see his dome piece?
Yeah, he had two brains. He had two big brains inside his dome. Remember what I told you? This is cosmic. Like on the planet Saturnians, Saturn is a fallen planet. You got 12-foot dark-complected beings that live on that planet Saturn, but it's a fallen planet. They the same skin complexion as me, but these are malevolent, unagreeable beings.
Do you think? I don't think people came from other planets, but I think they came from different lands. That there's more land outside of where we're at, and they just took that and then they said, oh, they came from other planets to sell their heliocentric bullshit. But I think there is beings and stuff from underground or other lands and different ecosystems, because maybe other. I know for a fact that there's us and there's a crater or a domed in place here. There's got to be more, and there's got to be more, definitely.
Right.
Just like in that show they got where there's different they were going to war with each other. There was different what fucking show was that, man? Someone in the chat might know what I'm talking about. There's that TV show where there was different sectors or whatever. They were at war with each other. True Song fell off. What show was that? Divergent or no? But anyway, people know what I mean. I think it was Divergent.
I don't know. I've been doing a lot of
in biology. That's why I just listen when it comes to that, because I'm trying to learn some new stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to. I've been touching on a lot of this on my last few live streams, and the last one was it's not racist. It's genetic heritage and lineage and how it applies to today. But I'm listening right now just as research for content and something for me to grow off of and maybe reflect on. Might spark some ideals or direction.
Well, people think it's racist axis because racist people have used the genetics and stuff to push racist agendas. So people automatically think anything attached to that is racist. So and that's also by design too. So
just think about it. If they we have to go get the research and study ourselves to find out these things, because they never told us these things in these indoctrination camps that they call schools, and that's by design. That's by design, because they know, because they overstand these things. They know they can't survive certain regions. Because Naga said something last night that made total sense. Because even wintertime is inorganic. That's technology that was brought from somewhere else. They got to make this plane. They got to make this realm match like. They got to synchronize this realm with the whatever realm they come from and make it cold. Because this is a tropical planet. It never got cold here.
You know what I think when it got cold too? What played a major part in that? And I know people disagree with me about these titanic trees, but when them got cut down, because trees, how can I put it? They hold in heat and stuff. And I remember this Indian guy was saying when they cut the forest down, it allowed more wind and cold to blow around. There's no trees that take in the heat and hold it. And I think these titan trees made this place more warmer. It held in more heat, and there was no snow. The whole place was like tropical. And then they say a war happened, but who knows what happened?
Yeah,
maybe a war did happen.
You right up on you right because that happened. Our trees were tall as the sky at one point in time because they show us. That's what I'm saying. The CIA's in tandem with Hollywood, and Hollywood works in tandem with the CIA. So they put all the truth in these goddamn movies. It's universal law. They have to put the truth in these movies. So that's what I'm saying. I always bring up these movies. The movie Avatar, they showed us that the trees were. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna bring that movie up. The trees were as tall as the sky at one point in time.
Skyscrapers, probably up in the clouds.
Right.
Look at this shit. Like, when do walls naturally made like this? These are underground caves, allegedly. It ain't that far underground because you can see the light, but since when are caves naturally made level like that, or pretty much flat? Never. And this right here, the ceiling's flat. So my question is, who built these? They ain't natural. They ain't fooling me with that natural stuff. Oh, rocks rubbed together underground, and this is what happens when the rock pushes upward, and it's like,
you know what these archaeologists be finding, man, when they go digging, man. They know what's up. They know what they be finding. It's stuff they don't even put out. They don't even publicize in none of these publications that they find because they know what's up.
They're taking genetics, bro. I think they're taking people's genetics and altering them to create super soldiers.
Right? Yeah.
Like the X-Men. Stuff like that. I think this genetic manipulation with technology and genetic manipulation, they're trying to create X-Men.
You just said technology and technology. They both the same. Technology,
technology and genetic manipulation. Tech and genetic manipulation. I said technology? No, I meant technology.
No, I was making it rhyme. Technology and technology.
Oh. I know there's politics, or politics, a pile of tricks.
Yeah, man. Politics is bullshit.
I stole that from the RZA. The RZA called it politics. But yeah, man. When Flat Earth got taken to court, when YouTube got taken to court, because the Flat Earth was destroying NASA. We were picking apart all their bullshit, and then it led to other things we started picking apart, like the politics, the government, all these lies that we're picking apart. So the government's getting mad, and they're like, man, we got to stop these people because they're destroying our system.
NASA don't know nothing about these star constellations. They don't know nothing about these alignments. So I said, if you look at this is why we built certain pyramids on this geographical landmass they call America. Because if you look at the star constellation of Orion B, A, and C, you will see it. If you draw it together, you will see an Indian with a bow and arrow. That's how it look. This is real shit. I'm telling you, man.
I got pictures of pyramids in the U.S. Hold up.
Yeah, and those pyramids align with different star constellations. That's what I said.
You got them right here. Hold up.
You think my ancestors built those pyramids just cause it was coincidence we built those pyramids in different geographical land masses? Hell no, it was by design because it aligned us with the universe.
They built them on ley lines. They were well versed in energy and light. Right
I was
here.
telling my dad. I said, you think our ancestors were imbeciles? No, we built pyramids, man, that align with the cosmos. What does that tell everybody?
Look, this Washington State, this pyramid, and this thing's huge. It's in the U.S. They don't teach us this in school, though. I never knew these were in the U.S.
Yeah, I had
And
it.
this
Yeah.
right here is in the U.S. Now, either this was an actual living giant or titan, or I think, personally, I don't think all these are actually alive, because we carve statues in the stone and carve statues. I think these were castles, and some of these faces were carved. I mean, look at the nose. I'm not saying that was a black person, but that's a big nose where it's chipped out. You know, if there's little people like us in all shades of flesh, I'm pretty sure these 12 and 14-foot giants were all different, you know, makeups for sure. So I personally think, like this picture here, nobody our size is building columns this big just cause. These people were tall for sure. And
Yeah, they were 12,
look at that
13 foot
doorway.
tall beings. I told you what
That's
they
a
did. I
doorway.
told you what they did. They had a certain type of weapon. That's what I'm saying. They showed us in. I keep saying this over and over. They said it showed us in that one movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. They had that type of weapon, struck us down.
Now, think of an atomic bomb. Was that built to take out tall giants? That's what I think. That's why they needed a weapon so massive, was to take out a big target. Yeah, whatever. They could drop it on the country and annihilate them, but they could do that many other ways. I think them big, huge bombs were created to take out, you know, how else would you take out tall giants besides cut giant trees down? Because people say trees make it so we can breathe better. I don't know if I'm buying that, man.
Man, that's what I'm saying. What type of, if these people were organic to this realm, what type of being would build a destructive bomb like a nuclear weapon that can wipe out cities of innocent people? That let you know they not from here. They don't belong here. They know this. What type? That's what I'm saying. If I'm organic to this realm, to this plane of existence, why would I build a bomb like that that would just do that much destruction if I wasn't
Right.
from here?
That is a stupid fucking a stupid idea. That's like to catch one fish, you're gonna poison the whole lake.
They not from here. They don't belong here. They got to go. But who gonna build? Who? What, they build all. They said we fight for it in the name of freedom. We got a military, a world police military. We got bombs. We got missiles. That man, these people, these are fucking demons that are manifested into a that took on a humanoid corporeal form. They don't belong in this realm. They come from somewhere else, out of space. When I say out of space, outside of the ice wall, they come from fucking the land of the dead, outside of the ice wall. The Jupiter. These are all fallen realms.
Man, and even if I was, you know, some of them were my ancestors. I'm nothing like them, and they could go to hell by themselves. See ya. Nah, but I know I'm not.
No,
Even though I always keep in my mind there's a possibility that because these orphan trains are pretty interesting. Now, I'm not saying any of that's factual, but it's just mind-boggling how there's trains beyond trains of children being shipped around. Now, either A, they killed all the parents and took the children because they knew you got to indoctrinate from a child up. Like, it's like a puppy dog. You could take a wolf from the wilderness as a puppy and raise it to be domesticated. Well, that's what they had to do to us, was domesticate us into their systems.
Right. The programmers, yep. Domesticate, indoctrinate into the computer program. Because we was talking about that last night too. It's like we had a system already, and they just came and hijacked this shit and just programmed everybody else, you know, with their history, with all their fallacies and preposterous ideologies, man. Because once we start thinking about everything we've been taught, man, it becomes comical. It's laughable, man. Like, what the hell is this shit?
Good Joe phase.
What's up, Hills?
Hey, Tristan.
What's good, man?
Just listening. Just listening to I mean, yeah. Probably fucking spent 70 years here too long already, probably. Right?
Right.
But he listens to jargon. listen to people talking about space balls and bloody all the stuff about the bloody world. I think the world is actually just an overlay of something else. It's just a mental image placed over the mind.
Yeah, it's mental. It's a mental war, spiritual war. Yes, an overlay that's been placed over over nature.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a draconian network. That's all it is.
They're saying nature doesn't exist. It's just something of a figment of your imagination.
Who said nature didn't exist?
Well, there's lots of people bloody talking like, oh, it's nothing. It's just something it's a figment of your imagination. Your mind doesn't actually. It's your mind just making up the picture. But I
Right.
don't see how that can be because it's like a copy machine. You have to have an original for the copy to copy out prints of it. And it's the same thing. I just see a lot of people making copies of something that they had as an original, but they've just shifted it around in their head until it fits. Right?
That's what they did. The invader, these parasites, the unagreeable Dracos. They because they projecting this from the moon. That's why they call it the Saturn Moon Matrix. So the world we see, we only can see 1 to 10% of the spectrum down here, the light spectrum down here. So they kind of projecting. The moon's kind of a projector screen that projects this holographic 3D reality that we see.
I think the stars.
Well, I'd like to break down just a little bit more. Sorry, Chuck, but anyway, I just got.
No, I was just going what Candy was saying with the stars. Because each star is its own frequency. I don't think one star in the sky is on the same frequency, and neither as us. I think all of us are our own frequency. That's why we're all cymatics taking shape of our frequency. And in the womb, the mother in the womb, we start taking shape in the womb from our frequency. That's what makes a woman very sacred. Is she is the spaceship in order for us to be birthed into this physical realm from the energy, spirit, whatever you want to call it, realm. We must go through the womb in order to be birthed through the vortex into the physical.
Yeah, I don't know whether anybody's done watched the Logan's Run. I was talking about Logan's Run yesterday. But yeah, it basically I feel like you're born into a place here, and you've got a mum and dad, and they can teach you stuff, and they teach you, all the things, your moral values, all these sorts of things. Now, I'm kind of thinking that at one time or another, these crafty bastards actually got a whole lot of podcast babies grown in lab situations, or in the womb, but they were in the dark. They were under the ground or something, and then they came out into the world, and they just couldn't believe that there was actually an Earth here, and that you could have a life, That's what the people in Logan's Run did. They left their bloody home, and they went out, and there was a bloody sun, and there was grass, and they could feel heat from fire in the sun, and there was an old man out there feeding cats, and he grew up in a world. In the earth, where I call it a world because this world has got its grip on our mind. But if dogs don't have worlds, they don't have heaps of worlds. Cats, animals, and that, they just have a place to live, and they don't go around fucking ripping deep holes into it to make bloody infrastructure, to build cities and towns and places where you want to harvest energy off your friends, right? They don't do that shit. They're just living what people call a holographic realm. They're just living in a holographic realm. How the hell do they do that? How do they live in fantasy? How does an animal live in fantasy? I don't understand how an animal can live in fantasy and we're living in fucking dream world, right? I just don't understand it.
Well, I know one thing.
You know, to me, it's like we got given a really beautiful gift by creation, and all we've done is found ways to fucking change it, to fuck it up in every other fucking way possible. We haven't
Hold
done
on, dude.
anything to look after it.
Thank you, Axis, for coming up, man. I appreciate it, bro. You know you're always welcome here. I just wanted to say peace to Axis.
Nobody wants to be fair enough. I'm a bit of a fucking lost case when it comes to fucking talking. But all I hear is a lot of people. Look at all this stuff. If you have a look at some of these original peoples, traditional tribes, and the Truth Zone was saying that these pyramids and that, I don't think they were even built by us. I think they were built by somebody far greater, somebody bigger. Like you were saying there before, Chuck. There was bloody...
Oh, yeah, these
the statues. The statues of people.
Oh, yeah. But look at the architecture, too. I mean, we didn't... It's like somebody...
We didn't build that stuff.
Why do y'all think these invaders call themselves the founding fathers? They always said they founded this. We discovered this. So if you discovered it and founded it, it means it's already there. It means somebody's ancestors already built that shit. Somebody's ancestors was a type 2 civilization. Somebody's ancestors was in alignment with the cosmos. Somebody's ancestors overstood.
But at some point, before these were all built, there had to be a base. Before they could actually get constructed, there was a level of some kind of foundation to put them on. There was something here for them to build those things on.
That's all old world. That's all old world technology.
Yes, the old world technology was put on something. It was put on a foundation of something. It was built on something. It wasn't built on thin air. You can't build it up in the fucking air and expect it to stay up there. You got to bloody put it down on a foundation. You got to construct into the earth some kind of foundation that will give it stability to last.
Right.
If the foundation underneath is stable enough, it will last. If it isn't, it won't. So the thing is, for me, people are discrediting that there is underneath us a whole foundation that these buildings were built on.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can't really just dish out, all these buildings were here first and there was no foundation. That's just a load of shit.
Now look at this picture. Remember I always talked about the polarity when the eagle had two heads. I'm trying to think. I got ones with dragons with two heads. A lion with two heads. I'm trying to think. It reminds me of Janus, the two-headed deity, right? Janus, and sometimes Janus has a male head and a female head. You know, like the duality. But I think these people are worshiping Janus. That's why there's two heads.
Yep. All these are Hegelian dialect principalities that they run the masses on. Everything is a Hegelian dialect principality. All they're about chaos.
They create the problem and the solution. No, I said in my rhyme, I said they create the problem, then deliver the solution. Profit off both ends while we fall for the illusion.
Yeah,
It's
well, we
all
fall
about
for the
property.
illusion, exactly.
But
And the
look at
thing
this
is, what
architecture, man.
I know, Chuck. I mean, I heard you over at Adrian's. I was just listening to the rebuttal bar. He had another one running, and I heard you in there, and I thought, right, so Chuck and people will be building. Great stuff. Let's go and find out what they're all talking about. And you know, the conversation, I always hear lots of people talking about how this is that and that, and it's just a figment of our mind. It's a hologram. But you know what? They've got a program about fucking holograms, and most of this architecture isn't a hologram. You can go up and you try punching your hand through it. I bet you the
I
fucking thing
know.
will break your fist, right?
Damn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people say we're holograms of the stars. Nah, I mean, I agree that the stars could be the frequency, like tuning into the frequency. I'll say that, but as far as like you said, like, because even light, lower vibrating light materializes. And people say, oh, we're not light. Yeah, that's why when you bust a nut and then you put a black light on it, it lights up.
Right.
We're literally,
It's basic alchemy, man. You know, solids,
yeah.
gases, and liquid. That shit's the solids. Those mounds, those structures, those pyramids, those constructs are solids. Yeah, you punch that shit's gonna break your hand. It's not a gas form. You got your liquid forms.
This is what I want to show you, Truth Zone. Remember we were talking about the Titan trees and how they cut them down and stuff? Well, I think they use lasers and these machines. They mined the heck out of this place. And these were the big machines that the giants used. I mean, look how little the people are to these. We didn't build these. Where did these come from? I don't never ever seen factories building these. Where do they just pop up from?
Shit, that's what I'm saying. The Anunnaki, those were 20-foot tall beings. These beings, yeah, 20, I'm gonna say 40,000 years ago. I can't really put a timestamp on this shit, but I know for a fact all these different beings, these Elohims, were 20-foot tall, 12-foot tall, 13-foot tall. Some of them had dreads. Some of them they were blue beings. So you can type in green beings from ancient Kemet. These beings were 14, 15 foot tall, feet tall.
I mean, this could have been some. This could have been that could have been some child's bloody. What's that bloody game they use? There's different things they put together. Lego. That could have been some child's bloody Lego they put together, and we're using it now as a fucking machine, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, they built a whole new civilization over there in New Egypt. All that shit over there is fake. All them shit is Lego pieces over there. I got pictures of them over there putting that shit together like Lego pieces.
Why do you think it's called? They're trying to sell the out of Africa theory. Like I found pictures in the 1800s where there's train tracks going to Egypt there, and they said they were moving the stuff because of the Nile flooded. Nah, I'm not buying that. I've seen pictures of the pyramids where there was no hieroglyphs, and then all of a sudden the pyramids that had no hieroglyphs had hieroglyphs.
Man, they fake as shit, man. I had to educate
That's
some
what
guy
I
the other
reckon.
day.
They're faking that fucking shit. Yep.
You got gypped in Egypt. You know when they say you got gypped at the store, they gypped you. Well, that's why it's called Egypt.
Right, the Nile River, the Mississippi River is the Nile River. But they tell you the Nile River's over there. But the Mississippi River is the original Nile River.
The Egypt means the Europeans gypped. That's what Egypt means. The Europeans are gypping people with their fallacies.
Damn. Huh.
I made that
It's
up.
not,
But
you know what's crazy? It's not even. It's not even a European, man. You know, you saw. So I'm saying, pale complected beings were Europeans. I don't like using the word white. Y'all can't blame yourselves. I mean,
I know, bro. I know what you're saying.
It's not true per se. It's the ones that's in power. It's the Canaanite. They the ones that act like they run this shit, but they don't run nothing. They just use technology to get what they wanted. They told lies. They say, hey, we come in peace. We got flowers right here. We want to work with y'all. But then as soon as you turn around, they put the knife in your back. Here, take this knife in your back, and we're gonna take the land.
I when I was growing up and the way school taught things, man, I I despised being so-called white for a while because of the shit they were teaching, that we were all slave masters and we treated black people like trash. It makes so-called white people feel some type of way, but in reality, most of us so-called white people had nothing to do with that. We were slaves
Right.
ourselves. So this
Yeah, yeah.
narrative they're telling is designed to do that.
Right, because
To divide us up.
most Europeans that came over here from off those boats, because this is what they did to the Europeans over there. They told them, hey, they told them about Turtle Island, aka Tamari, aka the American continent. They told them, hey, it's a bunch of free land over there. Yeah, come over there. It's utopia.
You just take as many wives as you can and transform that bloody nation. We'll have them stuffed in no time.
Yeah, look at the etymology. Look at the etymology for slaves. It means Slavs. All the
Yeah.
Europeans that came here were Slavs. We was never no
That's it.
slaves.
I liken to that bloody thing in the Bible where it goes and they fell down from earth and took as many wives as possible. To me, that is just another bloody nation moving into another nation, taking as many wives as they can and change the nation. Right?
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're right. And Charles, you're right too, bro. When you said that they history will make you hate, like you said, you hated your own kind. It's not even your fault because they lied to y'all too. As I'm saying, they told y'all that y'all were slave masters. That's history in reverse. Y'all were slaves coming off them. Your ancestors were slaves and peasants coming off them slave ships, man.
I went straight to my grandpa and was asking questions. I said, Gramp, did you own any slaves? He looked at me like I was crazy and said, we were slaves.
Yeah.
My grand said, we came here and had nothing, man. My grand said he had, I don't know what to call them, great uncles or whatever, but my grandpa had 7 brothers and I think a sister that passed away, but he had like 7 or 8 brothers and they all lived in a 2-bedroom apartment that they rented, and they starved a lot. They made just enough money to get by. They slaved in tobacco fields and cornfields in Farmington, Connecticut. Then my gramp joined the Navy. So did his brothers, joined the Army and other. And then he worked in factories and bought properties. And then when shit hit his wife, my grandma died of diabetes, he had to sell properties to take care of my mom, my uncle, and my aunt. But
Right.
all you gotta do is shit, man.
All you gotta do is go back and look in the 1940s. Look at how Eastern Europe, when the Soviet Union had the Iron Curtain. Look at how all them people lived in Eastern Europe, Eastern Germany. They lived like they lived like Slavs. They were slaves.
I figured out my family was out in 1890s. They left Germany because I had ancestors in Germany and some in Poland. Because my grandpa, I think, is 100% Polish, and my grandma was 100% German. So, and then I got it. Also, my mom was German and Polish, and then my father was Italian and I think Lithuanian. So, I'm a mutt. But all of them are just labels, man. Like people say, "Oh, I'm a mutt." I was just joking, but you really just like all these labels they give people, like. How can they even prove that, oh, your genetics say you're German? Like, those are man-made names they give people.
Right.
German.
Well, it's interesting you're saying that, because over in Australia, the traditional owners, I call them the traditional owners, and I think that any native to the land was the traditional owner. But I don't actually call them owners either. They were the people that resided there. I don't think any of us own the land to an extent like that, but we do have a place we were born, and these people.
Victoria.
And there was these. Yeah, it's all right. There was these one people, and I've got the name in my stuff. I'll just have, it's an indigenous name that I find hard to pronounce. But it's JUARR. Look, it's something like that. But these people they've got 4,000 years of history. How does yes, people say, oh, how did they keep 4,000 years? And I said, well, Actually, I didn't understand it before either, but these people have been, they make rope out of their hair. And each family member threads in, or whoever's making the rope, threads in these, and they plait the hair into a plait. Now, this plait that they found in this cave, they did a DNA sample of it and found out that there are people today in that same tribe still alive. That same tribe has kept their generations right throughout for 4,000 years in their hair as a
Look at
plaited
this.
rope.
This right here, I like looking this stuff up. Look at the top. It says Signatio Victori. So I looked it up, which is Latin, or it sounds Italian too, right? It says, "He who has earned the palm, let him bear it." And then it says loosely, "Achievement should be rewarded, or let the symbol of victory go to him who has deserved it." So that sounds like something they put up when conquering lands. And look behind them. Look at that. Like some cataclysmic event was happening. Look how them waves behind them. That's fucking tsunami going on behind them.
Man, all they ever did, man, was they greatest weapon. Because that's what I'm saying. We whoop their asses on every physical war. Every physical war, we always whoop their asses. It's just their greatest weapon has been technology from the very beginning. They still doing the same thing today. They ain't changed. The playbook ain't never changed for these people for these beings. They just use technology. They good at doing that. Okay, we found this, we found this, we found that, we discovered this, we discovered that. we came and beat y'all
Yo,
over
they
here.
would be good at playing hide and seek, right?
Yeah, right. 1776, we drew up a contract. We had freedom. We had Independence Day. They independence because they were Slavs. They was declaring independence from the redcoats, from the black nobility redcoats. Because you look at George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all them, they had on redcoats. And the Haitian Revolution was that had something to do with that too.
It's good pictures there, Chuck.
What type of what beings are those? See how they got the false light behind their head, that false light?
Well, that guy has the caduceus in his hand, which I think was also a weapon. But if you look at the caduceus, it's got the all-seeing eye on the top, which would be the throne of God, which is representing the third eye. And the caduceus is the two serpents, is the negative and positive energy intertwining up the spinal cord. And that's why it's got the third eye, because it's connecting to the crown chakra, or your third eye, which is the throne of God. You know, your higher self.
Right.
But I don't know why he's holding it in his hand. That should be in his back. But I think also a caduceus could have been a type of weapon too.
Yeah, Hermes had the caduceus in his hand too. The deity Hermes.
Well, and a lot of these pictures, when you see these pictures too, like you're saying, Charles, you know how like it showed like a tidal wave or something. But you can even see some kind of thing going on underneath their feet, even where the birds are sitting, you know. But what I note about all these pictures is they're dark and grey. And the sky's got a lot of cloud in it. They always depict the skies as being very cloudy.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, like, where's all the trees? Where's all the bloody trees? You know, it's like that. Even this was an overlay of the earth itself again. You know, like so at some point they have. I feel this is the way I put it. I feel like they have an event. Everybody goes underground. They wait for the bloody thing. I think they do a little Noah's Ark experiment. They throw a human up there every now and again to see if it's all right to live. If he comes back,
or they got cameras. I think
Oh, they
cameras are
have
way over
cameras
them with
now.
those.
They have cameras, yeah, I'd say so. By now they will. They don't need a bloody surface man to go up there and do all the bloody work. They can get machines. They're going to find that they can go up there with machines and clear the whole bloody lot and
What do you think?
rebuild up the top and then come back and everybody comes back up and it's already there. The whole system's waiting for them. Right?
True. What do you think about, you know, that the a lot of these buildings have like statues of these tall so-called white people, man. Now I'm not saying all of this architecture was built by so-called white people, but I'm just wondering where these fucking giants went. They couldn't have died. I'm just not buying that, man. And like I said, these atomic bombs and these big laser weapons and
Hey,
the Vahara. I think
Charles,
that's what it's called.
Charles,
The
they still
Vahara.
got they still got giants in Africa. Pull up a 8 foot tall African. They still got them around to this day. They ain't went nowhere.
Yeah, okay. I'll go with the 8 foot and that there, but I don't know. I think the ones that are like 30 feet tall, the ones that are capable of building
I'd
something
say
like
12
that.
to 14 feet the
Or 12,
most.
yeah, 12, okay, 12 to 14 feet. But
30 and 40 and all that, I don't know, man. There's really
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know either.
maybe.
Maybe. But I mean, the thing is, you know, um, te- with technology, even we can carve down a massive bloody mountain if we know what we're doing, right? You can lose a laser and we can topple anything, right? So whether there was actual giants that were 100 feet tall or whatever, I don't know. That might have been part of the story, but we can definitely tell by the size of these buildings that the doorway there you can see up ahead of those people wasn't built for those people, right? Even the bloody windows. And the other thing I look at is that a lot of this architecture now we see in this modern founded time is now has got glass in it, but you can go back and a lot of that older architecture had no glass.
Trying to find these giants that I found in paintings and stuff. Damn it, I'm gonna have to search for a while. I gotta show Truth on these pics, or maybe I'll get them for tomorrow, son. What happened?
But yeah, to me, that's all a stage scene there. I mean, I could see Charlie Chaplin about fucking 20 different bloody images, you know?
Yeah, they try to hide a lot of these paintings, man, because it reveals that there were people 12 and 14 feet tall, and they don't want people to know that, oh, the doorways were made big so I could bring in my giant stove. Like, come on. I get it. Maybe factory buildings, they got to bring in big machines, but these were natural doorways. And some of these doorways, the handle was way up near the top of the door. Now, why the fuck would you put a handle way that high? You won't be able to open it if you're our size. You would need an escalator to get up there. I got pictures of a door where the door hinge to open it is way up where it's unreachable. You would have, like I said, you would literally need a crane to get up there and open it. And then how would you open the door? It's so heavy and huge.
Exactly. I mean, the bloody thing's designed to be pulled at the center or just above or just below, but definitely not at the bottom or the top, right? And if it was made for the top, well, then the person would have to be a hell of a big person to do it. But yeah, you don't put the handle at the bottom unless you're small.
Let me see. Man, I got so many pictures. Oh my god, I'll be here forever. Do. I need some shrooms, man. I need to go on a spiritual journey.
I've actually got some. I've been waiting for months. since bloody February. I went and see if I could find out where I could
I
get
was gonna
some.
order one, Dean, offline, but I don't trust that shit, man.
Yeah, well, me
I
neither.
get
I
ripped
got to
off.
get them from somebody I know. That way I know what I'm getting.
Right.
But
I don't want no chemical filled stuff or I fucking croak.
yeah,
But
that's the
I haven't
kind
been
of
on a
that's what I
spiritual
worry
journey.
about.
I went on one when I was 18. I took a whole quarter of shrooms by myself, and it was fun. I had a good trip. But and then I took them again about 2 months later, and I really didn't get the same effect. They weren't blue. They weren't blue caps. You know, they were this other type, and I didn't feel anything. Actually, I was pissed. But I'll find some.
Yeah.
I just don't want to. They have candy bars they sell in stores too, and yet I forgot how much they say they put in the candy bar, but I'm worried about, you know, there being chemicals or it being fake. I don't like wasting money. If I'm gonna trip, I'm going to the moon. You know, I don't want
Yeah.
no bullshit where it's just a tickle. I'm trying to go all in. You know.
Well, I mean, I've got to find out how good these ones are too, because the last time I got them off them, they were bloody good. I mean, I was sort of like, I was a bit of bloody crazy, really, but I said, oh, I've got to find out how good they are, and she says, no, they're really good, and I says, I don't believe you, I'm going to try it straight away, and I says, give me a knife, because I've got false teeth, and this thing was quite big, and it had been in the freezer. It was in a chocolate, right? And so anyway, I cut the bloody thing up, and I managed to eat it all. And they said, "Oh fuck, you're going to be out there." And I thought, well, I hope so, you know. And I left their place and buggered off home. And it was about 20 minutes from getting home, and I was, I'm starting to feel that. And I still had to drive home, you know. And I'm thinking, I hope that bastard isn't quite full on by the time I get home. Yeah, but
Alright, here
so
we
I got to.
go. Boom. Hold on. Boom. Go ahead, Dean. I was
Yeah,
just
so I've got some more, and Maureen said she wants to have a try, and I said to her, well, my first trip was a micronaut, and it was Black Mike actually, and I got hold of this trip, and I thought, maybe I was feeling a little bit nervous then, you know, because I was thinking, so you know. I told my brothers about it, and then they said, well, how did you get hold of it? Where did we get one? And I said, well, hang on a minute. This thing's meant to be pretty bloody lethal. So why don't we just split it all up and we'll try it and then see where we go from there? I'm bloody glad we did, because I only had a quarter.
I would have been happy as hell. Man, a quarter? You're definitely gonna have fucking. You're gonna see all types of shit. Aliens, fucking.
Well,
Your
anything your
ancestors will
mind's
come
been
back to you.
programmed, you will see it. That's the thing I figured it out, Chuck, is that you only see what your mind's been programmed with, right?
Yeah, that's why my friend would tell me, don't take them when you're in a bad mood. You know,
Yep.
no acid or shrooms. You don't want to take them if you're pissed off or angry, because you're
Exactly.
gonna have a fucked up trip.
That's what I said to Maureen the other day. I said, we're not touching these until I've calmed down, until I've come back to my space. Because, you know, I've been floating off for a few days, and, yeah, I have to bloody wander off up into the hills and be by myself for a while just to calm down.
In paintings, man. I've been scrolling through this forever.
Yeah, it's like for me. I mean, I just didn't. I never adhered to bullshit in my life. Something I've never.
In the chat. Did he
And
fall out?
I get a bit angry when I hear
No,
bloody dribble.
I'm still here, bro. But I'm about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate you having me on, man. I gotta go pick my daughter up, man.
All right,
But
I'll save these pictures for next time tomorrow, son. I want to show you these giants.
All right, fam. I'll join tomorrow when you hop on, bro. Y'all be easy. Holla, man.
All
Good. Take it easy,
you
D.
take
Take it easy,
care
Joe.
there, Truth Stone, and yeah, big ups to you.
All right,
Okay.
shout out to y'all, man.
Have a
Peace.
good day, man.
You too, bro.
Or good evening. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump off here in a minute myself. Probably
No
10,
worries,
15
Chuck.
minutes.
But you know, I mean, I feel like that. You know, like we've got so many overlays here. People are really quick. I mean, who knows what we're living in or what
Yeah,
on?
look at this, Dean. This picture. This
But we're
reminds
on
me of
something.
an intestine, or I mean, look at. You see the ceiling of this thing is either drilled out by a boring machine, or that looks like the lining of an intestine. The way it's got, like, it looks like muscles in the intestine.
Yeah, well, you know, it does. And I mean, that's the thing. There's lots of pictures. I've got pictures too, where it shows some kind of. There's lots of different formations in the ground, right? You can get a black line running next to a white line, which running next to another grey line or a brown line. That, you know, they're like bloody Roger Spears got the right word for it.
Look at
And
this. New Zealand, where you are.
yep.
You ever see the video? There's an old. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there's this old video from the 1890s, I think, or maybe 1920s, somewhere in between there. And the guy's on a unicycle. He's sitting like a car, but it's a unicycle, and the wheel goes over his head, and it's like just one big wheel, and he's driving in it. It kind of looks like this machine. I'm gonna find the pictures because it looks just like the tech. Hold on.
Yeah, now that's good. That's a good one. That one where with the Maori thing there, because that does look like he's in some kind of device, doesn't it?
Right. Unicycle. Alright, unicycle. Unicycle. What do I call it? Car? 1890s. We'll try that. To 1930s to be safe. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. Ah, I got it on one try. Assalamu alaikum.
I knew you would. I bet you it's the one I'm thinking of too.
There we go. Boom. Wait till I pull this up. It looks just like what that guy's sitting in New Zealand.
Yep.
Come on, don't play games. I also figured out a new way to zoom in on these pictures and get a better picture. I just figured it out. I'm retarded. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna burn in hell for making fun of people, but hey.
You wonder if the Maori actually saw that in a previous time, right?
What's this crap?
Or I don't know. I mean, yeah. Let's bring this thing up.
Yeah, I'll show these pictures and then I gotta cook, man. I don't feel like doing nothing. I gotta chop the veggies up. I gotta do a bunch of shit, man. Wash some dishes. I gotta make rice. That means I gotta rinse the rice out. I rinse my rice out. I don't care if it's 100% grain rice. I always rinse it out and get all that. You know, even the chef will tell you to rinse your rice out. And it tastes so much better too. All right, look. Boom.
Here we go.
This is it.
Boom.
Now, if you look at this machine, it looks just like the thing he's on in the New Zealand one.
Yeah.
Kind of. Interesting. And maybe you see the serpent that's on the outside of the ancient Egyptian one? Because they use the serpent to represent energy or motion. So that would be a perfect thing to put the serpent for this. because it moves like a serpent. And then here's another picture of it in color. That thing's pretty cool, man. But you know what's weird? When it moves, the wheel don't even look like it's turning. It looks like something inside of it is creating it to move. It's a pretty cool device. You know what I think it is? I think, you see that bar? I think that bar, there's a device under his foot where the engine is, and it's a pulley. And that bar, it's pulling it through there, so it's creating it to rotate through that bar, which is being pulled through a pulley system or something. Maybe I'm wrong, but
there's some kind of motion that way for sure. I think, you know, if you have a look at that bar, it's balanced inside, and there's a groove inside that, right round. It runs around inside. So, yeah, I see how it's got that little like at the in the middle. There's like a machined what's that word for that bloody thing? Like a knurling mark. You can get like a copper pipe, and you put that thing in and reshape it so it can fit over the end of another one.
a threading machine. I use that.
Well, it's not actually a thread. It just spreads it out so it fits.
I had one of those machines when I first started doing HVAC with the black pipe. We had to thread. He taught me how to thread the our own pipe and cut it, and because he was cheap, he was a PPP. My old boss, rest in peace to him. His name was Rich Drezick. He passed away, but I called him a PPP, and he's like, "What's that?" And I said, "You're a penny pinching Pollock, man." But no, I was just joking.
Yeah, that's all right. The design of that thing has got it's got a circuit inside that wheel for a wheel, like another wheel type thing with anchors on it to go around inside it. Yeah.
Yeah, like
yeah.
I know what you mean, like a track system.
Yes, there you go.
The threading, you ever thread black pipe? You know what black pipe is? The black stove pipe for gas. You know that thick black pipe they would use on the gas stoves. They still use it today. I think there might be one in the kitchen, but I know people used to carry one of them around. They're heavy, but to thread one of them is a motherfucker. And I feel bad for the old plumbers who had to thread that by hand. What a job that is.
Yeah, and they had to use jute. They had that fiber called jute, which was actually, I think it was hemp actually, just shredded hemp fibers, and they used that to swell up inside the thread. So when you put them together, you wrap that round the thread, and they swell up and cause a good seal.
The black pipe has been replaced by this bendable stuff now. But yeah, let me jump off of here so I could go cook this stuff. Fuck, man. I just want to eat. I don't want to cook. I got to get it made. I got to find me a wife.
I'm going to go back and listen to you talking to you and Adrian, what you were talking about.
Well, it's a good build until Boy and that bitch showed up. I ended up leaving because you'll see it got spicy a little bit. You know, Boy saying he got mad because I said we're in this position today because I told him, I said, you know, we're in the position we are today because we sat back and let it happen. It's our fault. We didn't nip it in the bud. You know, we're supposed to protect Mother Earth and stand up and protect her, not turn our cheek and fucking let these people do what they want. If they poison our water, we're supposed to stand up and nip it in the bud, if you know what I mean. I ain't going to say certain words, but
I know what you're saying. Yep.
If someone poisoned, God forbid, somebody's mother, what would happen to them? But they can poison our water, and we don't drink out of there. Let's turn our cheek, or You know, we just let too much go, man, and there's no repercussions, and that's why we're in this position. He got mad. Oh, it ain't my fault. Huh? It ain't our ancestors' fault. They had nothing to do with it. Whatever. That's his
Fucking
point of
oath
view.
we did. We were fucking so stupid and blind to it. We were watching it go on behind it, in front of our, not behind our backs, in front of our noses, right?
Yeah. Boy had it out for me, man. Like, he's like, oh, you use the word we, because I'm not, sometimes when I speak, man, I'm not, like, paying attention to certain words I use. And yeah, I
Yeah,
should,
well,
but
I'm probably, I've probably bit people on the we thing too, and the you thing, pointing
yeah.
fingers. Yeah.
Well, they like to use the they thing, too. They know who they is. When they get butthurt and stuff, they find ways to pick at you because that's their only defense sometimes. But that's how I see Voy. But I ain't got no problems with Voy. I just want people to respect me, man. When I see things different, and then that chick came, she had an attitude from the start. It seems like because I was going in on religion and Jesus, and because I had my name, it said Chuck the God, and I guess it pressed their buttons. From the beginning,
Well, I'm with
dude.
I'm with London too. I didn't come here to get fixed. I came here to find out the truth. I didn't come here to get fixed. I don't want anybody thinking that they come here to fix me. Because if anybody thinks they're coming here to fix me, I'm gonna fucking show them a bit fucking different. I ain't here for that.
It was like the builds we used to have, from the foundation up. When it was you, me, and London, and so on. Remember we used to have everyone would come together.
Yeah.
Well, it was me, London, and Cage, and we had a remarkable conversation and speculation. It was awesome. And then Voy came in, and it was good in the beginning. And then Voy got in his feelings with the you said we and and then the chick had an attitude too because I said I'm God, and I think it hurt her, so it hurt her.
Yeah.
And
right.
so I just got tired of I'm not gonna go back and forth with them. And the lady was rude. I see she's over there telling me I'm mad at God, right? Instead of asking me. You'll see. And I said, you didn't even let me finish what I'm saying. She goes, so what? And I'm like, wow, the disrespect, man. So I left, man. I said, thanks. It's not London's fault. I'm not going to disrespect.
No, I understand. I'm fucking fully. Sometimes, I like earlier on, I was listening, and I thought, no, I don't know if I can handle that. I might go and listen to a bit of London and then come back. And then while I was over there, I had a thought, and I thought, well, bugger it, I'm going to go and hit the link and just go up and have a chat. Bugger it, I'm not going to bloody let my bloody bullshit get in my way. And yeah, this is it, we've got a lot of, we've been taught to be egotistical. We've been taught to be, to have this identity, right? Identify, or you identify with this, or you identify with that. Oh no, you don't identify with what I'm seeing here. You got to identify with how I'm showing it here. Sometimes I think to myself, well, I don't want to identify with that.
She was mad, Dean, because we were me, Cage, and I had brought up I was being, I said when it said let there be light, I said God hit a switch, and I said people take things from the Bible and they make it like this magical how could I put it?
Experience, yeah.
Or they make it way more complicated than it really is. Like instead of saying God put the electricity and turn the lights on that way, like everything else works with electricity, right? They make it like he said, "Let there be light," and it just appeared, right?
Just
instead of saying he created
realm,
the system for the electricity to work with a generator, real truth. They say he said, "Let there be light," and it just happened. Like, come on, man. When in ever in life has anyone said, "Let there be light," and it just appears? I just don't believe that. I'm not buying it. I
Yeah,
never
I
did. And
understand what you're saying. That's bloody good talk, bro. You're sticking to the reality in your own mind, right?
yeah, but they hate on me for that. So, and I expect it. You know, they don't understand. They have to be attached to something outside of their self. And I was there a little bit in my life too. You know, it took me a while, even though I wasn't drowned in religion, to finally let go of a Jesus character. And I can't imagine people who are raised in there how hard it would be to let go of religions and indoctrinations. Like it's even
And lots
hard
of
for
people
me.
in their conversation have let go of the Mother Earth too. You know, they're no longer they got Mother Earth. They got what do you call them? Ice temples and ice cities in the sky in their minds, right?
Yeah. You know, I don't know what's above and what the firmament's made of and stuff like that, but
I don't either, but I can't see any floating cities up there at the moment. You
me
know?
neither.
Mm.
But like even as a child, when I would read the Bible, I would say you're supposed to put yourself. The
You know
Bible
what? I
is the
reckon
story of
somebody's
us.
going to prove us wrong. Actually, right now, what we just said, we don't see floating cities up in the sky. You watch. We'll get a couple of people coming back. I seen one. A bloody. It's a floating city. It's a floating city. It's a bloody hologram, mate.
or you know how we bring up too, Dean. I just want to say this real quick. When God took a rib. Now, if you know, they explained it and said, you know, this God created Adam and Eve through genetics, it would make more sense than grabbing a rib and just a woman being created from it. They leave the genetic part out. I see it's this mystical magic stuff. They got people
Yeah.
thinking like this God made people out of dirt and just went and breathed life into them, when everyone knows you need electricity to bring life alive. The body is
I got
nothing but
something in
energy.
Telegram. I'm going to share over to you too if you want to take a squiz over there later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me cook this stuff up, and then I'll give you a ring when I'm done.
Okay. Cool.
If you're not busy, it's
Yeah,
early
no,
for you.
I'm not
So,
busy. I went out and mowed the bloody lawn yesterday after I finished with talking to Adrian, and well, I mowed all the tricky parts, right? And now I just got the other part, which is really easy. But yeah, I can do that later on today. I've got 3 hours ahead of me that we can look at bloody doing something. Okay.
yeah, I would have liked to get to know that lady Mary, but she just started off with this attitude. But anyway, I let it go. I'm letting it go. I'm not
Good
mad
on
at
you,
Void
bro.
either, but people got to learn respect, man. And I respect how people see things, but it seems a lot of people don't respect how I see things, and that's fine. They don't have to, but if they don't like what I got
I
to
might
say
be a
or
bit of a
anything, at least
hard
have
nosed.
respect.
I might be a bit hard nosed, and I'll probably have to apologise to Axis physically and face to face with him one day.
You should.
And I should. I know I should.
You guys are good people, man. But
Yeah, I
everyone
know.
has bad days. I'm
I
sure
was
Axel will
just having a
understand that.
fucking bitch of a day, and he came up at the wrong moment. I wish he hadn't have popped in actually, and I just could have fucking laid my shit out without fucking that, you know. But anyway.
Yeah, you should definitely apologize to him. I told him you apologized when you told me in the thing, but maybe you should you know,
Yeah,
talk to him.
I seen him there today, and I was
You
thinking of
guys
it.
are
No,
good
I'm
friends,
just.
man. You
He
know.
is a good person. I don't think he means anything bad by anything around and we're all just trying to break this shit out of our fucking minds, right? We're just
He
trying
was
to put it
shocked
all
when you clicked
together.
on it. He didn't know what was going on, you know. He was like, "What?" So,
Yeah.
but I
I
understand,
know.
man. I get bad days too. But yeah, let me do this, man, and I'll give you a ring. I'm gonna see what you want to show me.
Okay.
All right.
I'll see you soon. See you soon. And
All right,
peace to everyone. I'm sorry for access. We've got to talk, you and me. Even if you go live, and I've unhinged from them. I've unsubscribed. I've unsubscribed from a lot of people. I'm fucking over this shit. But anyway, it's my own shit as well. It's my own shit as well. So I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. It's probably as much mine. I'm just saying, got a lot of shit that I'm fucking getting rid of in my fucking life. Yeah. Anyway, later.
All right.
See you when I'm looking at you. Yep.
And thank you, Fools and Tools, Axis, Candy, that which is. You guys are awesome in the chat. And thank you, Axis, Dean, London Man, Truth Zone, JG. Trying to think what else came up. Faceplant came up for a second. I'm forgetting somebody. No, I'm not. And peace to everyone in the chat, man. I appreciate you all. I'll check you guys tomorrow. I'm going to eat. I'm starving. And have a great evening, everyone. Morning, night, wherever you are. And I'm out. Peace out.